right, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently June 20th, Friday, end of week. I hope everyone is rested after that little short intermission holiday, Juneteenth holiday. Obviously, markets were closed yesterday, futures markets dumped yesterday, but we are just opening somewhat flat on SPY, slightly down. In terms of, you can see the big dump on ES futures, trading all the way down to 590.70, but right back up today. Futures are showing slightly green on the session. SPY down just a touch here in the pre-market. QQQ is actually holding steady though, so you're getting some continuation strength in the MAG 7. So today we have oil down 0.57%. Let me just transition you down. So there you go. You see the Qs are doing phenomenally well in the pre-market. So I think today is probably going to be a bit of a rally day. I am seeing a lot of green on the screen, at least for the positions that we've taken. You have natural gas trading down on the session, getting a little bit of reversal. That is positive in the near term. I am looking for entry zones into the nat gas space. It might be a day trade if natural gas wanted to fall a little bit more. I have an aggressive day trade long level right into this zone here. Testing that previous day low around 403. You also have this little pivot high. Let's extend this forward. So that's an interesting area that we'll keep on watch for a long scalp. But natural gas coming down a little bit. Oil still consolidating in this upper range. Very bullish, but oil should come down a tad more in the near term. While we're on oil, we can look at some of these energy names. Valero, obviously we took a nice amount of profit on Valero. This is another continuation buy that we will get into. You look at XOM, that had a nasty little reversal. Let's look at XLE. XLE still somewhat positive on the session, but nasty Friday reversal. Obviously the markets are weak. I think XLE is going to get up into this 91, 92 zone. But I'm looking for the next flag consolidation pattern to buy on the long side. Let's look at Oxy real quick. Yeah, that's also flagging there. CVX flagging as well. CTRA still green on the session. All right, so we also have Bitcoin catching a nice little bid here. So BTC look to be breaking down here, but there is this parallel channel that it's holding, and I still think that Bitcoin's going to have another spike higher move. That's probably going to correlate with the dollar index having its last little down move leg to about this 95, 96 zone. Call it 96.80 on the chart is where we should see the US dollar index move to. We will discuss some pre-market movers. There's a few things that we should note. So So the Dixie's just slightly flat on the session. If we look at the yield market today, yields yet again are just really just stuck in this range. I still think a failed breakout is here, but we have to be it's a very interesting area that we're trading in for yields. They're wanting to go down, but the Fed is not cutting because we have a little bit of an uptick in inflation. And the problem with that is you still have a big debt level to service. Possible escalations of war, servicing that is expensive. Trump obviously delayed the bunker buster bomb to target that last nuclear site. And I think the thesis around that is, what if the bunker busters don't work and take out that last site? And it leaves Iran some room to maneuver and possibly bolster their position. So yields right now are in a tricky spot, not wanting to budge, which is showing that there is a risk of inflation. I think it's pretty interesting to see that gold is taking it on the chin. Now, what's interesting about gold, guys, is this could be a potential failed breakout on gold. So I'm watching that considerably here because gold, if this is a failed breakout, then gold's likely going to retest this lower boundary trend line, which could put gold around 3,200 or so and change. So again, you've triggered that inverse head and shoulders. At the lowest point, gold could backtest this downsloping trend line, but it is looking somewhat weak, especially after that Monday bearish engulfing candle. What's interesting about that bearish engulfing candle is you kind of did a fake breakout here of this liquidity zone. You can see this little liquidity zone. Gold snatched that liquidity, stopped out shorts, and now it is looking to potentially fall a little bit, backing and filling. Still a strong commodity. Silver gapping down, going through a bit of consolidation. I still think silver is going to push higher, but the aggressive buy zone, you really have two levels to buy on silver. In and around this 34.80, 35 buck Pierce, 34.60. That is your buy zone on silver if you're wanting to get long and trying to trade it up to the 38 handle. But silver is very strong still. Good morning, Sarfraz. Thank you for tuning in. Let's look at the Russell because the Russell is absolutely flying today. I'm just going to remove some of these trend lines so it cleans up the chart. So the Russell making a nice move here, recapturing this key parallel channel or this lower boundary trend line, blasting through Wednesday's high pivot. Small caps look interesting. Again, looks like they're going to take out this high and try to target this 618 at 217.20. That's my next upside target on the Russell. Let's see where this channel takes us. If we were to adjust it. So if we adjust that channel, that parallel channel tool, yeah, the Russell's going to have a confluence zone right in this 217. That's likely where it's going. You can see it had a bearish cross on the 4-hour chart. It's trying to negate that by being above it. Also trying to hold that back test of the daily 20 moving average. So last time we pierced it here, you had a big rally, back test, bigger rally, back test again. So it seems like we're trying to hold that daily chart 20 moving average on the IWM. Looking very interesting. So you have Microsoft slightly green in the pre-market. Slightly green, again, just holding its momentum, not really coming down at all. Still think there's a chance that we see some distribution in Microsoft and flowing into other Mag 7 names, but for the time being, it's just ridiculously strong. NVIDIA is still holding its breakout. Again, NVIDIA has broken out of an inverse head and shoulders down here. And right now, it's just working through this previous rejection zone. A lot of chop and consolidation. You look how long this period of consolidation was on NVIDIA. Where's my tool here? And realistically, I mean, we'll draw from this zone here. We're talking about almost 3 months of consolidation on NVIDIA. So this needs to work through it, but right now it's holding steady. And again, upside target next 12 months on NVIDIA is around 190. That's the breakout target. As long as it stays above this key trend line, 190 is the upsloping target. The only concerning thing about NVIDIA is this little upsloping wedge pattern. That's a little bit bearish. Typically, it has a tendency to break down. But again, you have a lot of support that you can potentially buy. You're still holding above the 7. If you backtest the 20, that's a big area. If you fall below the 20, you still have this downsloping neckline. So I'm really not buying NVIDIA right now, but the chart's still strong. Chart is still very, very strong. Let's look at Google. So Google's another name that has come under pressure in recent sessions. Obviously, it had a really, really hard downward move into the close on Wednesday. You can see there's some follow through. I actually like Google for a bit of a day trade scalp long. Reason being is you got some oversold condition. That's a nice hard candle. But where I'd get interested in scalping long Google, it would have to sweep this low pivot. It would have to pierce this low pivot. I'd prefer it to come right into this 171.57 zone. That's a 236 fib, but I need to see it take out this pivot off of a high volume shakeout, and then I'd consider scalping long Google. And honestly, that could even be an aggressive swing trade on Google. A lot of support coming into that zone. All right, Amazon. Amazon's chart's looking fairly decent. Let's start fresh on Amazon, shall we? So Amazon busting and breaking through the 7-day. It almost had an attempt at breaking out here on the daily, but it looks to be that's a bit of a failed breakout. Again, a little liquidity sweep of that high. So I think that Amazon, obviously you have this upsloping trend line that you're currently trading into, so there will be some support, but again, I prefer the 20-day moving average. Whether or not we get that, time will tell. Let's adjust this from this breakout zone. Yeah, I do prefer the 20-day moving average. And there is even a potential trade retesting this little gap fill zone. That's a previous breakdown area. And then you can see you had a big breakout where you gapped up, reversal, and then another gap up the following day. Back tested this area. So if we were to come back into 210, that's a nice aggressive long trade to bounce off of, even for swing entry. Let's look at Meta and then Tesla. So obviously Meta still holding firm, one of the stronger mag names along with Microsoft. Meta still hasn't filled that gap, so you have to anticipate that over the coming weeks, it's going to make an attempt to try to fill that gap. I find it hard pressed not to want to get there. So no trade on Meta, but a nice flag pattern starting to build. If you want to be aggressive and take it on the long side, that is favored. You can see a potential inverse head and shoulders developing on the hourly chart. Hasn't triggered it. I would love to see this gap fill, but Meta's just one of those names that's super, super strong for the time being. So we just got to be patient with that. Tesla's actually surging today. It is surging today. So I was thinking Tesla was going to come down and test this little parallel channel, but it never actually came down. Looks like it wants to test the high pivot reversal. I think that Tesla's still a short at this high channel. So if Tesla were to come into this 329, 330 zone today, that is a short zone. Sweep this little high pivot zone here. I do like Tesla for a short up there. That's still technical resistance, even though I do see that there's a potential larger inverse head and shoulders, a nice flag pattern building here. There should be some sellers. If this is going to break out of this flag, it should come up here, grab that liquidity, stop some people out, sell off, stop some bulls out, and then make a bigger move to the upside. So, you know, if we come up, then down, and then a breakout. So I'd be more inclined to short this zone, and then obviously if we started getting some convincing closes above there on, say, the 15-30 minute chart, or even above these previous little wicks, then you just stop out of the trade. So we'll keep Tesla on watch for a bit of a potential short into the zone. If you get a short and it pulls back, then we can flip to the long side. Very tough name. You do have strength in the SOXX today. That's what's also helping semiconductors. So you can see SOXX minor consolidation, looking to just press higher. You really haven't back and filled. I have an upside target still of 279.55. I thought you were going to get a deeper pullback on this right shoulder, but it doesn't seem to want to give us that pullback. But you do have an inverse head and shoulders that has triggered. You have your left shoulder here, your head, your right shoulder. You can also argue there's a beautiful bull flag. If you simply do a measured move of where this bull flag started on SOXX, let's do that quickly as an exercise. So that bull flag, low to the high, nice flag down. If we were to adjust that forward to this similar bull flag, you can see that we have an upside target based off of a nice move of symmetry. That puts us right at 258 on semis, another $30 move to the upside. Right into this little gap zone on the daily. So you have to think that semiconductors are still going to likely press higher in the near term. Very tough and strong chart. Obviously, there are some names that are still very extended in the short term. Micron, AMD's not so much, but you're probably going to get some participation from other names like SMCI. SMCI is looking very bullish, breaking out of this wedge pattern. This name is going to move. Obviously, you're getting some participation from ARM. ARM is also continuing to see its vertical ascent. AVGO, Broadcom, has had a nice pullback, consolidating over this previous high breakout zone. So you are starting to see some other names start to perk up here. Intel's another one. If this can start to move, this will have a big help in the weighting of the SOXX. Hasn't officially broken out of its wedge, but it's trying. It's holding this lower boundary level. And look at the big consolidation. If something is going to help the semiconductors move in the near term a lot higher, it's going to be Intel. Intel holds quite a decent weighting still. And just look at this long-term basing formation that we've been putting in, really since July of last year. This is almost a 1-year basing formation, stage 1 basing formation, that once you break out, it's going to rip to the upside. And you can obviously see where Intel's trading off of its highs in comparison to other names, but still holding a massive technical breakout zone going back to your early 2000s. You can see that you had this pivot high, these pivot highs, this pivot high, then you back tested here, and now you've just been chopping all along here. So that's a really, really key zone for Intel, in my opinion. I am interested in some longer term call options, likely trading into the $27, $30 handle, maybe a year out, but I haven't just taken the trade yet. I want to see us have a more convincing breakout out of this zone. So Intel's obviously interesting. All right, so we have some stocks moving in the pre-market. Obviously, you can see airlines are catching a nice bid here. Jets ETF bouncing quite nicely. We entered at 21.64. We took some call options on Jets, and that is starting to move beautifully in the right direction. So airlines are on watch for another bullish move to the upside. Look at AI, that's gapping up slightly. First Solar, still holding that little bit of a reversal from its gap down. Let's look at MRK. MRK had a beautiful reversal on Friday. I think, again, healthcare stocks are probably going to be the sector that starts to move quite sharply higher. Healthcare has lagged the broad indices, trading well off of its highs, but back testing some key areas here, hitting a nice fib level, forming a nice little potential daily chart pattern. JP saying, Curtis, today you are my eyes and ears as I'm traveling. All right, sounds good, JP. Safe travels. Looks like you got a nice little weekend ahead of you. Where are you traveling to? Or is that confidential? All right, ticker XYZ. Already in Legoland. Nice. Enjoy, man. Orlando, beautiful. Have fun. I haven't done my annual Florida Orlando trip. I used to go pretty much every year with my girlfriend. All right, so target still on XYZ, 67 bucks is target 1, and we'll just take that day by day. Verizon, still a weak chart, but trying to bounce. I would still look to add to the position around 41.30. NCLH catching a nice little bid off of that lower boundary trend line. Obviously, we're bullish and been accumulating in that name. Nucor still trying to hold and build off of its gap up. Marvell was a beautiful day trade. On Wednesday, we brought those $77 calls in the money for over 50%. And we're riding that yet again. So we still have $77 calls for July 3rd, which were up nicely. I'll talk about SPY momentarily there, JP. I did briefly mention it, but not in detail. You can see Palantir is still very, very strong, building momentum. Let's look at some of these steel stocks. Cleveland Cliffs are catching a bit of a bid. Let's look at Steel Dynamics. That's also catching a bit of a bid. All right, we'll go through some of the pre-market movers here. So we have KMX, CarMax, gapping up nicely from $64 to $70.44. If you look at that move, that's almost a 10% gap up. You're breaching the high of this range. Now, a sympathy play of CarMax is obviously going to be Carvana. Carvana is also gapping up here by about $4 or $5. I think Carvana has a strong chance, especially with the backdrop of IWM being very strong this morning. Carvana has a chance to have a squeeze into this gap fill, this daily chart gap fill. So how I'm going to play Carvana, I am interested on the long side, potentially getting call options for next week into this 318 level. I have to look at what the chain says. But Carvana, we're going to trade it very similar to what Marvell traded, where we'll watch the first 5-10 minutes of price action, and we'll look for an entry off of the first bit of sell side pressure. That's how I'm looking at Carvana. All right, so the first little wave of sell side pressure on Carvana, I will potentially look to accumulate some call options. It's a bit of a day or swing trade. It's kind of a swing trade, just some weeklies. So we'll keep that name on watch, guys, CVNA. All right, let's look at this NFE. That's also gapping up. Don't know too much about this name, but you are trading quite a bit of share volume in the pre-market. Let's see what its average volume is. Yeah, average volume, that's got quite a bit. Only a 589 million market cap, but it is gapping up here, so oversold, momentum play. Nice little divergence, positive bullish divergence on the daily. That weekly chart is still extremely oversold. We'll keep that one on watch. What else we got here moving in the pre-market? Madison Square Garden, MSGS, TKO Holdings. So we look at TKO. This has been one that's hot in the press right now. You can see it's a beautiful daily chart breakout of TKO. So UFC, anyone that likes the UFC. This chart is looking extremely bullish. If you simply just do this breakout pattern, it's a little bit of a sloppy bull flag. No real inverse head and shoulders to measure the move. So realistically, the only thing I see here is a potential symmetrical breakout move of that last big rally, which takes TKO to about 200 bucks. Okay. So that's up a little bit in the pre-market. Just looking at some other names. Look at ACN. So ACN gapping down on earnings. This is a nice potential long trade that we have. So ACN reporting earnings. And earnings not coming in too hot. Let's reestablish some technical zones here. So we're trading at 290, blasting through that 300 fib zone. Next fib is around 270. Let's see that trend line there. Let's go to the weekly chart. Yeah, so aggressive trade on ACN would be around 288.50. 288.50. This is a tough one. I'm not really seeing too much that I like. Daily chart, got a couple gaps down to there. You'd be better off to wait for the gap fill, minor gap fill at 284. Yeah, that's where I would wait. I'd wait till it tests this little gap zone. Let's see where the low is in the pre-market. So it's off of the lows, but I'd wait for 284, 285 Pierce on ACN. That one is on watch. That one is on watch for sure. All right, so some of the other laggers. MTD, Miller Toledo. Let's look at that. That one's down a little bit. Not looking to trade that one. We got QRVO seeing some nice volume today. Orvo. Let's look at coin as well. So coin continuing to rip here. Wow. What a monster. What a monster move. MSTR up a few dollars on the session. Let's look at Boston Scientific. Anonymous looking at Circle, CRCL. Let's look at CRCL. Wow. That's crazy. Now, which company had a majority of their revenue? I can't remember. It's escaping my mind. Maybe my coffee's not kicking in. I'm kind of taking a long weekend here. I'm still in relaxing mode from yesterday. But Circle gapping up from 199.59 all the way to 232.71. This looks like it could be an intraday short at some point. Let's see where it hit in the pre-market. Yeah, so you're testing pre-market high right now. Tough name. Just a face ripper. Wow. So someone's I can't remember who was who's CRCL's partner. One of the mag names. It's not NVDA, is it? No, that's CoreWeave. I'm thinking of oh, it's coins. That's right. It's Coinbase. That's why coin is so strong as well. We just looked at that. So they're heavily tied. A large share of Circle's revenue goes to coin. Duh. I kept forgetting. So obviously the two are moving in sympathy of each other. I was having a major brain fart there. So we'll keep those two on watch for some short trades. I don't even know what the options chain's like on Circle. I haven't really looked at it. But we'll keep it on watch. High volume mover. Let's keep scrolling through here. So we've discussed some of the mega caps already. Let's look at some of these most active stocks in the pre-market. DHR gapping up slightly, looking to hold that key 20-day moving average. Looks fairly bullish, DHR. Potential inverse head and shoulders forming. I could see that name trying to press higher for sure. UAL, United Airlines, obviously that's seeing some strength. Did get a bearish cross, but Jets ETF is performing very well. And perhaps that means there's going to be a little bit of a de-escalation in oil. I think oil, we could potentially have a bit of a short on oil. So keep SCO on watch. I do potentially like a long on SCO, which is a short on USO. So I think USO could probably retest back down to 81.18. It's gone through a lot of choppy consolidation here. Still very extended, distributing. Yeah, oil can be a bit of a short today for sure. Even right at this area is a little bit of a short on oil. We'll keep that on watch. All right, let's keep looking through here. We still got 28 minutes till the open. We'll review some of the indices after we get through this most active list. We're about halfway through this most active list. So Gilead Sciences, also another name that's going through a bit of a bearish cross on the 7 and 20. Again, I think that that's probably going to get negated as healthcare stocks, this is in the XLV basket, are probably going to try to take a bit of leadership at some point. I am bullish. Let's look at Plug Power, PLUG. If there's any tickers, individual names you guys want me to quickly take a peek at, now's the time before the market opens. Plug Power, just nothing really there to do on Plug. ORLY, O'Reilly. That's gapping down a little bit. If O'Reilly breaks this area, there's a lot of support here, so odds are it should hold. But if O'Reilly breaks this area, that's not good. That's a really big head and shoulders distribution pattern. The weekly chart. Yeah, weekly chart, you're about to get a bearish weekly cross. So you're probably going to get a 3-bar surge down onto the weekly into this 85 zone. That's looking pretty nasty. Let's look at WBA. Warner Brothers. Or sorry, not Warner Brothers, that's WB. Trying to break out of this consolidation. Nothing really to do with earnings coming up. Nothing in that name. We just briefly touched on Palantir. PLTR, still a tough, strong chart. Weekly did put in a distribution doji, so I don't expect this to run up too much more, but we'll see if it wants to retrace the majority of this weekly doji. Yeah, it does look like WBA got acquired. I'm honestly not even too sure about the news on that. Walgreens, maybe it did. But it does look, it's a weird chart, right? Very weird chart. This price action does mimic being acquired, but I don't know if it is or not. Big news spike, reversal. This is another chart that is actually putting in a really big basing formation. Very oversold still. But yeah, you're right. It does look like a bit of an acquired pattern. All right, so Marvell still continuing to hold firm here. I do anticipate that this one's probably going to get chased up. Very strong earnings revision on their AI compute business, raising guidance from 42 billion to 55 billion. That was unexpected, at least to the general market. So whenever there's a revision, a surprise earnings revision, just after they actually report their earnings, that's very positive for the stock. So that's a really big increase. You can see the weekly chart pattern, getting a nice little breakout on the weekly chart. Daily chart's broken out of this flag pattern. So we'll see if this one can build momentum. SoFi at some technical resistance, but trying to break through and build off of that impulse green candle. Very strong name for the time being. Does look like it's going to try to get through there. Had a decent amount of consolidation. Quite a bit of resistance here in this wide range red bar weekly breakdown, but it can potentially chew through and head to have that volume gap right up here. It's just a pierce of 16. So up move, down move, up move, down move, up move, breakdown zone, impulse breakout, another breakdown zone. So this is a key area for SoFi. If you can get through this zone here, then it should try to target these previous little all-time highs. But nothing there to do in terms of a day trade for me. Ticker Wolf, WOLF. That's also extremely oversold. Looking to sweep these lows. Let's look at Hood. Hood right now is still strong as ever, trading at 78.50. AMD. AMD still holding steady, consolidating above this previous little high pivot. All right, so the stocks that are on watch for individual day trades. Obviously, we're going to look at Circle for a bit of a short. I think if you're wanting to play this one, you wait for a pullback on the 5 and 15-minute chart, probably to about 209. That's your pre-market low. Again, 209 would be an aggressive entry on the long side for a potential bounce. But I'm ultimately thinking that Circle's probably going to see some distribution down today. But if you're looking to take it on the long side, I would wait for tap pre-market low. You should get some initial selling off of the open and then a potential move higher. Okay? We also have CarMax gapping up, KMX. So that's very, very strong right now. I'm looking at a sympathy play, Carvana. I'm looking at trading Carvana on the long side. I like the backdrop of IWM being very, very strong. That is a very strong chart right now. So Carvana looks very interesting. How I'm looking to play Carvana is waiting for a 5-15-minute pullback. I would get interested in Carvana if it retraces to around 310. 310, I would look to take some weekly call options for next week into potentially this 318 zone. Surfer is looking at Celsius, CELH. Yeah, also a strong chart, right? You've had a nice move higher here. Let's just draw this measured move here. So I'd say you probably get to about 47.40, maybe 49 bucks, and then you're going to have a pretty decent pullback in Celsius. In terms of a day trade, let's just look at the intraday chart. Let me go back to the regular session. Hourly chart. Hourly chart is tricky, actually. Celsius hourly chart is fairly tricky. You're getting a potential bearish cross on the hourly chart of the 7 and 20. You are negating it right now, but a lot of top wicks here make me skeptical of Celsius in the near term. You know, you've had multiple attempts at breaking through here and you just haven't quite done it yet. You are at some technical resistance, so I would not chase this one yet on the long side. Wait for initial pullback and then a continuation. You do have this little bit of a wedge pattern that you can use to trade it. But I can't chase Celsius yet for a day trade. I would need to see it pull back a little bit before I can get long this name for a day trade. But for a swing trade, it does look constructive. It is consolidating nicely. You're a little bit extended from that 7-day moving average, so just trade that with a bit of caution. You're slightly extended from that 7-day. Let's look at PEP, because that is also a sympathy. Now, Pepsi's one that looks so intriguing from a daily chart standpoint, a swing trade. I do think Pep can likely catch a move higher. Interesting. This is more of a swing trade. Right at some long-term support on Pep. Very, very interesting. So other than Carvana, Coinbase, Circle, Not too much on the day trade front. We'll see how the markets open. Some other things that I'm eyeing up. I really am interested in potentially shorting oil today as a day trade. I think that we can see oil move lower. All right. So keep oil on watch. Keep a window open for oil because I do think that we're going to get a short trade on USO or SCO. So I'm very interested in going long SCO. Okay. USO is trying to go positive right now in the session. But I like a USO or short right off of this prior day high. And then I would layer in. No, those are toast. Those cold calls are toast. Yeah, KOLD, natural gas is just a freight train to the upside. If you're wanting to add, I mean, you can see natural gas going through a bit of distribution. You're hitting support level 1 right now on nat gas. I had a buy level around 403. You know, you could retest the $4 zone. That's your psychological whole number. Previous pivot high breakout candle. But natural gas is broken out with conviction, and I'm looking to actually get long UNG call options after a little bit more backing and filling here. And you look at the weekly crossover, bullish cross that you got on natural gas. It's a very strong chart. Very strong. So again, USO right in this zone is an interesting area to short in my opinion for a day trade. Swing trade, I don't think it's ready yet. I think you get one more little maybe move higher. Trying to target this gap fill on USO, but definitely looks interesting from a day trade short perspective. So we'll keep that on watch. All right, let's discuss the major indices. Let me just grab a little bit more coffee. It'll be 1 minute. So we'll look at SPY here momentarily. Obviously, we traded SPY with great success on FOMC. We took put options down. We took call options. So we nailed it in both directions. Nice bounces, 0DT plays. Obviously, I also took some new positions on SPY. I am thinking that we get defended here. Well, we got quite a few different wedge patterns going on SPY. But so far, prior day low on SPY is being defended. Looks like a 15-minute bear flag, but we'll see if this wants to come to fruition. SPY still holding above this daily chart. Breakdown. Definitely a bit of support here. I think SPY can easily push up to 599, 600 today. So SPY's pushing up here in the pre-market quite sharply. So let's look at the 5-minute chart of SPY to identify some levels. So you can see off of that Fed sell-off, we had some really strong reactions. We had 1, 2, 3 big reactions off of prior day low. And then the fourth reaction, we actually had a bit of a higher low. So every reaction formed a higher low, which is very bullish in the short term. So if you're just going based off of this small little range that we traded in during Fed, let's even go to the 1-minute chart. You can see all of these reactions, a lot of volume traded in here. So if we use this little SPY range, it looks to be a bit of a bear flag potential. And it is there. There's certainly a bit of a 1-minute chart bear flag. But there's an easy chance that we can go right back up to 599. That's your high of your parallel channel. You have a lot of liquidity that traded right in this zone around 599.30. So I think that, again, on SPY, how we look to play this off of the open for a day trade is wait for a small pullback intraday to reduce some of the risk. Like, the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe we get a little bit of a pullback. And then you can look for a continuation move higher. But I think the upside target on SPY is around 599. If you break prior day low or sweep this low pivot on a closing basis on a 5-minute, 15-minute chart, just depending on your risk tolerance. But if we were to break this 15-minute chart low here, then SPY is looking like it's in trouble because you're triggering a head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart. So, and that easily takes you down into your previous little gap zone around 593 and likely even a little bit lower than that. So it's a bit of a tough inflection point here. I want to give the markets the benefit of the doubt because when you look at the larger time frame, let me just clear up some of these areas. SPY is still holding, if you go back to this low, this massive gap up here. All right, you have your low pivot here. You have a higher low. You have another higher low. You have another higher low. You have another higher low. Obviously, the higher low is in much close proximity to this previous low, but you're still holding a technical uptrend on SPY. Very strong technical uptrend. So you want to give the bulls the benefit of the doubt in this position. And I think that obviously if we hold this higher low, what does that mean? We're likely going to press for a higher high, which takes us above 605. So give the markets the benefit of the doubt. That's certainly what I'm doing. I'm still bullish. We got much larger bullish patterns at play here on the 4-hour chart, daily chart. And the only concern is you're into a ton of resistance here on SPY. So I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more consolidation, but we're starting to see us work through this previous volume shelf. So I think that SPY is still constructive. It's looking bullish. I know there's this upsloping wedge pattern that it's trying to break down, but maybe that's just a fake out shakeout off of a Fed breakdown. We'll certainly see if we get continued selling. So bullish as long as you remain above that prior day low, I would say on the 5-15-minute chart. You start getting closes below this section here and we're due for a bit of trouble. So again, really no trades of great conviction on the main indices yet. but I am favoring upside bias still in the markets. But the bigger trade that I do like is shorting oil, long SCO, just for a day trader. I'm going to flip you to two charts now, just so we can monitor things. We'll keep a window open on Tesla, and we'll keep a SPY window open. Let's go to the 5-minute chart of SPY. Watching oil. I'm also watching Carvana. A few other names. Again, Marvell. Guys, our Marvell calls are absolutely flying yet again. MRVL. We almost have $77 calls in the money yet again, and odds are we should take out the highs here on Marvell. The way that this pattern is shaping up, as long as the indices don't have a massive sell-off, Marvell is going to sweep this high pivot, I think, again. And what I'm looking for on my July 3rd $77 calls, I'm going to try to let them go in the money a little bit more. But if we sweep this high pivot on Marvell, then I'd be looking to take profits on these calls, okay? Tesla's still ripping here. SMCI is absolutely flying itself. So SMCI is looking to break a high pivot. Been bullish on this name. Holding call options as well. Got plenty of time on those contracts. So we should see more SMCI kind of play a bit of catch up here. So SPY going into the open here, slightly green. Slightly green. All right, 2 minutes till the open, guys. Let's get ready. So Tesla's into a bit of a short zone. SPY's still holding steady. Marvell briefly went in the money there, those $77 calls. But it's coming down now. CRCL coming down a bit. So you can see this parallel channel on Tesla, keeping it in check right now. I'm going to let it go a little bit higher just because the markets are somewhat firm today. But Tesla's a strong horse today. SPY trying to push higher here. I'm still watching oil. I'm watching Carvana. NVIDIA's gone slightly negative. Alright guys, if Tesla sweeps this high pivot, I'm going to have two short zones on Tesla. Around 333 Pierce, 333 Pierce, and 335 Pierce. Those are my two scalp shorts on Tesla. Circle still going for another high push. Let's look at Coin again. Coinbase still strong. How's Carvana doing? Carvana's trying to back test. Wow, Carvana 318s almost went in the money. Wow. Already. That's crazy. That's what I was expecting to take for next week. Still looking for a little bit lower back test on CVNA. SPY just chopping off of the first few minutes. No real entry in SPY yet. No real entry in SPY. Tesla's trying to push higher. Still looking at an oil short, guys. A Tesla short, an oil short. I'm looking at taking an entry on Carvana. But it needs to hit around 310. I'll be interested in on Carvana, 310. Can see Carvana hourly chart still holding above that high pivot zone. So somewhat bullish for Carvana. Let's look at CRCL. That one's coming in. Alright, so CRCL's a potential opportunity to trade off of an aggressive long bounce. An aggressive long bounce. Again, this is a name that could easily go negative, but I'm looking for a 3-bar surge on the 1-minute chart. Around 210 as well. That would be an aggressive entry on the long side. Let's throw up a fib retrace from this high pivot. So you can see piercing 216. I would wait for this 212 zone to potentially scalp it long. Markets are trying to firm up here again. You can see it's bouncing off of that first fib. Let's look at USO because I am interested in shorting. Alright guys, I'm going to go long SCO here. I'm going to go long SCO. This is a half position, 15.11. I took a fill at 15.11. This is a short oil play. This is levered, so keep that in mind. But I'm now short oil. Alright. CRCL after a little bit of a 1-minute chart bounce. Again, an aggressive level to go long CRCL if you're wanting to chase the long side. And this is probably only going to have, I would say, this one intraday bounce, but 212.65, that would be your first little long level. So I'm short USO via SCO. Looking for a bit of a down position, just common share short. Yep, Apple's strong today. Apple very, very strong today. That's leading the charge, pushing 200. Look at that move on Apple, 1.7%. Defended right at the lower boundary wedge, right? Quite crazy. Again, the only position I hold in Apple is 225 Jan 16th calls. That's a longer term swing. Let's look at Tesla again. TSLA. Yeah, Tesla ripping. That never officially hit my short zone, but that was a nice pullback on Tesla. Look at that pullback. Spiking through that liquidity, grabbing it, even piercing the parallel channel. That's beautiful. So I'm just in one trade right now, which is SCO, guys. SCO at 15.11, which is a short oil play. Looking for other opportunities. Still have strength in steel stocks. Cleveland Cliffs up 2.3%. SMCI still moving nicely. That's up 2.3. Natural gas down a couple percent. First Solar's catching a nice bounce. SPY's trying to push here. Nice pullback. This is an aggressive area to go long on Tesla. I'm not going to take it there, but SPY is trying to firm up here. So it's an aggressive long. Carvana starting to come in. Again, I like Carvana around 310 for an aggressive trade. And I would build into a position basically from 310 to 308. Let's look at KMX because that was a big mover. That one's coming in. So let's look at CRCL again. All right, guys, if you're wanting to take CRCL for a bounce here and use this wick low as a stop loss, that is an option. Again, your stop loss would be 209.37. I didn't get a fill-in circle, but that is your area. SPY trying to break out of this little bit of a 1-minute basing formation. All right, look at oil. Oil's starting to break down, guys. USO is starting to curl to the downside. So again, SCO is trying to wake up here. SCO trying to wake up here. If we can break this little bit of a potential bull flag, that would be nice. So USO really starting to come in. SPY is still ripping here. Lucy, Lucy up 50% on the session. That's a strong chart. That one could easily push higher. Oil pushing to the downside. Come on, oil. In terms of a profit target on oil, you know, you'll have an initial preliminary spot here at this wedge. So call it 81.30-ish, 81.40, in around that zone. But if we get a bigger move to the downside, oil could easily head. Just looking at this head and shoulders on USO, it's melting to the downside, guys. Nice. So we have a potential head and shoulders forming on USO. And it's observed like this. So it hasn't triggered yet, but if it triggers, then we're looking at a potential move down into the $77 zone. And the way oil's extended, that could easily happen today. And why I think that this is a good setup is you've had Trump kind of backtrack on the bombing of Iran's nuclear site is using the bunker busters, delaying it by 12 weeks, saying he's going to think about it. So that's a bit of de-escalation in my opinion. Obviously, maybe there's going to be a potential talks of resolution in the next couple sessions. But SPY is absolutely a monster right now. And I think oil is going to fall. SPY is definitely showing that oil is probably going to do for a little bit of a pullback. Tesla coming in hard right now. Acting inversely. Look at that Tesla chart. Tough chart. Let's look at the SPY 15-minute. Just keep Carvana on watch. I still like it off 310. I like Carvana off 310 for a bit of a day trade long. It's almost there. So how I'm going to play Carvana. SPY still holding steady. Oil still holding steady. CRCL still consolidating. Coins taking a bit of a breather. So we're still just short oil right now. I'm looking for an entry into Carvana, guys. I'm looking at, just going through the chain right now. So they have 3.8s, 317.50s. So they don't have the 318 calls. They have 317.50s. Let's see them for next week. SPY's starting to come in a little bit. So I'm looking at entering on Carvana the June 27th, 317.50s. Carvana's still trying to push. Tesla getting rejected here. Wow, that should have been an epic short. Should have taken that. Should have trusted the channel. Didn't. I find it interesting that Tesla's diverging a little bit from the S&P. It's still positive on the session, but definitely going through a bit of sell side pressure in the near term. Circle giving up a decent amount of its gains. For solar up a couple percent, Bitcoin up 1.18%. SMCI still up 2%, NVDA slightly green. Palantir slightly negative. Oil just floundering here, so still short USO via SCO. Just chopping around. Tesla's still coming in a touch here. SPY just trading around 5.9920. Nice little 15-minute candle has just formed. This Carvana's coming into target. But the market is looking a little bit iffy right now. Tesla coming down. All right, Carvana's almost hitting 310, guys. I'm interested in taking June 27th, 317.50 317.50 calls. So those are next week call options for 317.50. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape. So SPY starting to dip a bit here. Let's look at IWM. That one's looking pretty weak actually. So I'm gonna wait on Carvana because IWM looks like it could actually fill the gap. That's troublesome. Apple's still remaining firm. Tesla. I'd take a bounce trade on Tesla, guys, now. If Tesla were to take us negative, let me just see here. Tesla long around 321.40. So I'm not liking what I'm seeing in the IWM, unfortunately. So I'm going to stay away from Carvana for the time being. Unless it really fell with the indices. SPY still holding inside bar 15-minute consolidation. So we have a nice 15-minute opening range, high of around 599.40. Low pivot around 597.65. Tesla appears to wanting to go negative, guys. Bit of profit taking coming into the tape here. Oil's trying to push up. Again, SPY's low is coming into play very shortly here. Tesla's still struggling. What's going on here, SPY? SPY coming into that opening 15-minute. We should get an attempt at a bounce here at 597.66 on SPY, but nice reversal on SPY. Really strong reversal. So let's see if we break that opening range. If SPY breaks this opening range, this 597.65 level, that's not positive. Oil trying to move higher here. My next ad on SCO is around 1477. I would consider adding. All right, SPY's testing that low 15-minute candle. This is where they should try to defend the market in the near term. They should try to defend it. An aggressive long trade is here. There is an aggressive long trade. Tesla's still melting a little bit lower here. Let's see if we have a fib level that matches up with this trend line. Yeah, so you can see a long level, a really nice solid long level on Tesla. Right into this 321.50 zone. Pierce to that gap fill, upsloping trend line, 618 retrace. But SPY's right now at a troublesome point. It is looking somewhat weak. Wow, Carvana That 310 level was money on Carvana. Look at that bounce. I never took it. I was looking to get into the 317.50 calls, but the indices are what scared me out a little bit. And honestly, the market SPY could potentially bounce here. And then we could see a bounce and then a move lower. IWM trying to hold steady. So we're still seeing the Russell 2000 working itself into that gap window. SPY is losing its 15-minute opening low, reversing that initial hammer candle. Not the most positive sign. Let's look at Tessie again. Tessie bouncing nicely. 598.20 tap is an aggressive short on SPY. But we could be under a little bit of a bearish formation here, guys. We could be forming a bit of a bear flag on SPY. Uh-oh, we lose this level and it's troublesome. Should have taken that Carvana entry. Would have, could have, should have. The best traders. Apple up 1.8%. Still flying. NVDA slightly green. Alright. Markets are in for a bit of pressure here to the downside. Let's see if we get a bounce. Another higher low. If we break this bear flag, we're flushing to 595, your prior week low, 595.48. We're seeing oil come in just a touch. It's SPY just still hovering here. Let's look back at our USO. That's starting to come in a little bit. Basically just around the flat zone on that trade. No real big movement. Apple still okay. NVIDIA going through a bit of consolidation. Let's look at Mr. Softy. That's bouncing a touch. Let's look at Google. Google trying to hold steady. Oracle. That one's gone negative. Gap and crack. CRCL. Look at that bounce on CRCL. Anyone that took that level on CRCL. Nice little reversal. Let's look at Coinbase. Coin's still trying to push here. You know, I'm actually might be interested in shorting SPY. It's just hovering here. IWM looks like a fat short off of this zone. Let's see what some put options are on IWM. You just go to a little bit of a larger time frame. Yeah, that's the opening. All right, guys, I'm looking at put options on IWM. I'm going to buy the 210 puts, guys, on IWM. 210 puts. I got filled at 53 cents. 210 put on IWM. 53 cents. 0 DTE. There's a half position short IWM. We just bought the back test of the opening 15-minute candle low. So you have your 15-minute range. So I'm short IWM with 210 puts, 0 DTE, half position. I would add to this position around a 210.80-ish. I would take a second fill. Let's see what we get here. IWM is trying to push here. Can even get a better fill than me. I'm down by about 5 cents. IWM still trying to hold steady, diverging a little bit from SPY. All right, my second entry on IWM is coming up here. And my stop loss would be a close above this high volume reversal candle. SPY still melting a little bit here. Amazon just made a new low of day. SPY looking somewhat weak. The Russell should see a bit of distribution down. SPY still struggling here. On the 1-minute chart, potential bear flag. Here comes more selling. Oil still just hovering, a little bit of a reversal. Again, Amazon is melting away here. Amazon melting, NVDA is still holding steady. Microsoft starting to come in and test the 480 zone. Looks like a potential bearish reversal on MSFT. So you are potentially seeing some capital rotate out of Microsoft and some other mag names into Apple. Apple's still very strong, testing 200, but Apple's been faded at every turn. We'll see. If Apple gets faded here, it's going to be nasty. All right, SPY hitting the lower boundary channel here. It is looking somewhat weak here. SPY breaking down. Just got an alert on Google. What's up with Google? Wow. Google getting absolutely clobbered to the lows here. Amazon and Google are getting slapped. Continuation sell-off from Fridays. Again, I like Google around 171.57 for some day trade, for a day trade long, guys. Google around 171.57 for a day trade long, I do like. We'll keep that on watch. SPY is hitting some support here. You break this channel, you're triggering a bit of a bear flag intraday on SPY. Obviously, you have prior day low at 596.47 as support. But it's not looking too good right now for SPY. If you lose this area, you should see a back test on SPY to about 598. And then if this is a true sell-off, a continuation lower. A little bit of a 1-minute buying program coming into SPY. Prior week lows all the way down at 595.48 on SPY, guys. Not a healthy 5-minute looking chart on SPY. If you can't hold this level, you run the risk of losing this short-term higher low pattern on SPY. The only positive is the higher time frames for SPY. Lower time frames are looking very, very bearish. Tesla still holding steady. Looking like it wants to also go negative. Oil's trying to push up. All right, guys, I'm getting ready to add to my IWM trade. I just took a second fill there, tapping that trend line, guys, on IWM at 41 cents. So my average is 47 cents on the IWM 210 put. We are still seeing the IWM trying to hold steady here. Google, Amazon negative on the tape. NVDA slightly down. Tesla still up about 0.73, but near the lows of the session. Oil's still trying to perk up. Carvana almost filled its gap to the downside. Nice rejection off of that trend line so far in IWM. Let's see if we can get a bigger move to the downside. Come on. Give us a sell side candle. SPY is still weak, so IWM definitely holding up better than SPY. SPY trying to go for another new low of day. So we're still seeing a lot of pressure in some of these mag names. Amazon's continuing to melt lower. Google's continuing to melt lower. Google is coming up into a bit of a area of opportunity. 170, 157. I like it for a long bounce on Google. Tesla going for another new low of day. I like Tesla for a day trade scalp around 321.50. Apple still up 1.5%. So IWM is still trying to run away a little bit. I'm down by about 10 cents on these contracts. It's approaching stop loss. SPY's trying to bounce. IWM is trying to break out of this key zone. So I will stop out of IWM if we get a close above this 210.98. SPY is still struggling at the lows of this range. AMD is absolutely a freight train. That's up almost 5% on the session. NVIDIA's turned back green. Cleveland Cliffs CLF is absolutely moving, guys. CLF. Look at CLF. What a move on that name. All right, nice rejection on IWM. That's what I'm talking about. That's good to see. Beautiful move down, guys. Our puts are now green. Look at the breakdown and reversal. Come on. Lose this level. SPY just made a new low of day. SPY is trying to break down here. It's slightly negative on the session. Come on. Come on, give us a negative tape. Potential lower high here on IWM. We need to take out this low. Lots of volatility in this region. SPY catching a minor bid. SPY going for another new low of day test. Come on, break it down, IWM. Play catch up to the downside. SPY continuing to melt just a touch here. Tesla about to go negative. Tesla was up a few percentage points. That beautiful parallel channel. Anyone that took that liquidity sweep short, look at that downward move on Tesla. What a monster sell-off. It's been nothing but selling since the opening 5 minutes. After that opening 5-minute range break, you've just been melting down on Tesla. Still think IWM can go negative itself. SPY struggling. You know, there are some potential trade setups very close to occurring in China, some China equities. One that I actually like on the long side as a swing trade is Baidu, B-I-D-U. That's looking fairly interesting. Almost ready. Wow, look at the bounce in CRCL, circle. Look at that bounce. Beautiful. IWM melting here a little bit. Look at these puts. They're absolutely starting to move here. Come on. Give us a bit of a failed breakout here. This looks to be a failed breakout on IWM. Give us another low of day on IWM. SPY's at the low. Trying to test prior day low at 596.47. The max move on SPY today is 593. Big bounce on IWM again. KMX is at an interesting area here, guys. KMX, CarMax, that was a big gap up move on its earnings. It's reversed in, gave up most of the gains, but it is trying to hold this area, the 65-70 zone. It looks quite interesting for a potential scalp. We'll watch that. Come on, IWM, give up the goods. SPY still continuing to trickle lower here. Oil is starting to move higher here, guys. Oil is starting to move higher. I have a final short entry on oil, USO around 82.89. Again, I have a final ad coming up on SCO. Come on, IWM battling. IWM's battling this breakout zone. Still holding the 210 puts, basically flat on the trade, looking for a move down. We're really struggling to recapture this 15-minute opening candle. You can see on IWM you had that beautiful 15-minute surge. Now you've been putting in lower closes on the 15-minute time frame and you're battling this low pivot. So I think that that opening low range is likely going to fail and break to the downside. Meta's been under pressure as well. NVIDIA's gone negative. Microsoft just made a new low of day. So Microsoft's starting to show some distribution in this region. Apple still up 1.36. Google slightly positive on the session, bouncing off of the lows. Oil catching another move to the upside. Amazon down 0.76. Meta's just been absolutely demolished like Tesla. Look at that sell on Meta. That's quite extraordinary. Let's see if we can get a scalp long intraday. This is getting oversold. I can go lower though. Actually, Meta can go lower, guys. I'd love to see Meta into that gap. There is some support here though, along with an oversold intraday condition. There's an aggressive trade on Meta at a Pierce of 687. Pierce of 687. I'm going to keep that on watch. Meta, Pierce of 687. There's an aggressive long trade. IWM is still chopping in this vicinity. Come on. Oil's still spiking. All right, guys, I just took my final entry in SCO. Took my final entry in SCO there. Look at that. Wicked right into our last little level. So my average is $14.99 on crude. On SCO, $14.99. IWM ripping right back up. Trying to form a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. IWM's trying to break out of a potential inverse head and shoulders. If this pattern fails, it should see a knife down. Again, I'm still looking at a long trade on Meta, guys. Let's see, the call options. So if Meta flushes, guys, into a Pierce of 687, I'm going to layer into the 687.50 calls. 0 DT. This will be a day trade bounce. So I like Meta around 686.50 for a day trade long. All right, I'll look at the 687.50 0 DT calls. Right now they're around 420, 440. Teetering. SPY catching a bit of a bid. IWM still floundering in this range. I got Meta open on my other chart. We'll watch it closely. SPY looks like it's going to try to sweep this prior day low and get a breakdown. Natural gas now down 2.91%. SPY down 0.9. Qs are still green, but you have Microsoft, NVDA, Google, Amazon, Meta negative. Tesla's about to go negative. Apple still up 1.37. Semiconductor stocks is up 0.38. You have strength from AMD. Yeah, I think MU's due for a pretty big sell range. Maybe it's this week. We haven't really seen any sort of a down move. So I'm going to give it some more time. Not looking to add anymore, but you are into wall resistance. I could see MU easily falling this week down to 114. That should be a big change in the contracts, but I'm just going to give it some more time. But semis have been the tough. Certain semiconductors have been absolutely monstrous moves to the upside. Valero's strong today still. USO still green. Seeing a bit of distribution coming into oil here. Almost spiking us back to break even. Again, I have a full position average 14.99, which is short USO. Seeing some big wicks coming in. Let's look at Tesla again. Tesla trying to firm up. Again, I'm interested in a long on Meta, but it's a little bit lower. You are getting a really big stick to the upside. IWM trying to participate. Let's look at QRVO. That's seeing some considerable volume today. Let's look at CVNA again. Yeah, so 310 so far is a really strong area for Carvana. Let's look at KMX again. That's pushing up. CRCL again. That's pushing to the highs of the session. Wow. Monster move in CRC. Meta catching a nice bounce. It's now 10:20 and the markets are still in a bit of a bearish trend. You've triggered a potential bear flag on SPY 3-minute chart, backtesting the area. You're below the 15-minute opening range candle. IWM still just struggling in this vicinity. It's trying to consolidate. She's doing well today. That's up 2.3%. ICLR. This is a beautiful chart on ICLR daily chart. Take a look at this bull flag consolidation. This is the next one to break out and probably push for 164 gap at the minimum. That's looking very strong. SMCI is still holding steady, holding a majority of its gap up, trying to break out as well. NCLH, that's trying to move higher. FTX, so FedEx breaking out. This is a very bullish flag pattern, inverse head and shoulders as well. Looking somewhat interesting. Palantir today reversing a little bit. CPRT, Copart finally starting to bounce here. See if so IWM's still just trying to consolidate. We're going to get a big directional move here very shortly. Oil still trying to make another move higher. Still eyeing up Meta, but it's bouncing here. NVDA is struggling. NVIDIA is starting to melt to the downside. That could be troublesome. Take a look at the sell side pressure on NVIDIA. Again, hourly chart trend line being tagged, but that's a previous wedge pattern, so we need to really adjust it a little bit more. There's an aggressive long on NVIDIA around 144. NVIDIA looks to be melting to 144. Still waiting on IWM. Let's look at USO. USO still trying to come in a little bit. SCO average 14.99, full position. Micron starting to break down a touch here, triggering a bit of a 1 minute head and shoulders pattern on Micron. Micron's triggering a head and shoulders, smaller time frame. Again, these are big weightings for the SOXX. Micron could flush down to 119.50 today. Come on, IWM. I want IWM to break down here. IWM is creating this little wedge pattern. Here we go. Let's break this wedge. Come on, IWM. Break that opening candle low. SPY still forming a bear flag. A little bit more selling under the hood of SPY. Trading below 597. 3-minute chart bear flag underneath that opening 15-minute candle low. Our IWM contracts are starting to wake up. Again, I'm in the 210 puts. I think we can get these in the money at the very least. Flush into this gap. SPY's hovering right on that prior day low now. So remember, that was defended multiple times on FOMC, but it's not as strong as it once was because you tested it so many times. Big knife down on SPY. There we go. IWM melting to the downside. Come on, let's print on these contracts. I'm going to trim half of my IWM contracts when we hit 210. I'll trim half of them at 210. And I'll move my stop. I am going to move my stop loss on IWM now. Here we go. We're knifing down now. We're knifing down. All right, I've got Meta on watch for another trade, guys. I'm watching Meta for a scalp long, but we're knifing. Come on, get these 210 puts in the money. IWM printing off 10 cents a contract. I still want more. I want a new low of day. Give us a flush into 210. Here we go. Here we go. Contracts are nicely up 62. Come on. A little bit more flush on IWM. We're almost there, guys. Guys, there's the tap of 210. I just trimmed half of my contracts. Half of my contracts at 68 cents. Trimmed half. Boom. Beautiful. 210s are in the money. 210 put on IWM is in the money. SPY is tapping prior week lows, so there is some support here. There is some support here. Nice flush from 41 cents to 68 cents. Beautiful dip in the indices here. That's another winning trade here. Called out live. Everyone had opportunity to enter that IWM put with me, and you could have even got a way better entry than I did. I still think we can go down to this gap fill. Come on. IWM's absolutely flushing. Same thing with SPY. SPY potentially could flush down to 593. That was a beautiful initial 45% on those contracts. Still have some runners in case we decide to flush. I do anticipate a minor bounce here, but that was amazing. Nice breakdown on the Russell 2000. I'm anticipating the Russell to follow the other indices back to the downside. This is my next zone, right at the lower boundary trend line here. This parallel channel IWM, that's my next take profit zone. It's a downsloping target, so if we flush into this 209.60, 209.50 zone, I will look to exit all of my puts on IWM. So please hit that like button on the stream. We absolutely called out that trade for everyone to hit. Still holding an oil short, but there's a lot of support down here. Prior week low. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla knifing as well to the downside. Definitely some support on Tesla. A lot of weakness hit the tape there. There's still pockets of strength in this market, so it's not all outright. This is primarily mega cap tech selling off here. There's still a lot of green names on the screen. You still have Apple up 1%. First Solar, CoreWeave, Hershey, ICL, those are green. Netflix is still green. SMCI is still green. Block is still green. FedEx green. Verizon, NCLH. A lot of our long positions are still green on the swing trade front. So this is primarily mega cap tech selling off here. NVIDIA now down 0.6, Microsoft down 0.1. S&P is the weakest indice. IWM is currently the strongest. Let's see how much IWM wants to retrace. Big bounce on SPY. You can see it's tapping that prior week low. Massive bounce on SPY. Big bounce on the Russell here. Everything catching a bounce. Let's look back at Carvana. See if that one's perking up as well. KMX moving. What a bounce in the markets there. Sharp 1 minute candle bounce. This is your 15-minute opening low on IWM. Back to the top of that channel. This is technically an aggressive short zone on IWM again. Right back to that low candle, retesting. SPY could push a little bit higher, try to sweep that prior day low. Henry got the Carvana call, beautiful. And IWM, nice job, Henry, you banked. You took the puts on IWM, you banked. You took the Carvana call, amazing. Yeah, look at CVNA. 310 level has been acting like a rock. So nice job. 555 Carvana call, beautiful. Nice job, Henry. This market is still in bearish trend today, guys. This market is still in bearish trend. At least the mega cap tech is. I'm still interested in a Meta long. I was expecting Meta to flush some more, and I think that it could. Meta is trying to form a bit of a base here, but I had a level at 686.50, and I think that we get a liquidity sweep to the downside. You can see this previous little zone here. Pivot, 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 big breakdown. You'll also have the upsloping trend line pierce. So I like this zone on Meta. A pierce to this trend line, sweeping these low pivot liquidities right above this previous gap. So I'm still interested in a Meta long. I think the markets can go a little bit lower. I still think we can get a nice little Meta trade. All right, it's 10:30, guys. This is typically where I take a bit of a break, but it's been a nice session. I'll stay on a little bit longer in case we start to knife down. Again, SPY 15-minute chart not looking too promising. It looks like you want to head to the low of this range, right? SPY's triggered a head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart. So downside target is 588, 589 potential. Let me just erase all these. You can see that SPY has triggered a head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart. So you could absolutely melt to the downside today. Closing Friday bearishly. Look at that. You've broken that neckline. Triggered a bear flag. SPY's not looking too good. Because I just exited my SPY 601 calls for a small loss. SPY 601 calls I exited for a small loss. Those are the July 3rd. Those were a 1/3 position. I think the markets are vulnerable to going lower here today. Just based off of what we're seeing. Again, we initially bought the dip on the SPY 601 on FOMC. They were up nicely, but I am closing them. I'm just moving a little bit defensively. It was a small position. Cutting it now in the event that we go lower to the 593 zone. So I did cut those SPY 601 calls that I issued to members. Just in the event that we go lower, I can always re-enter once we recapture bullish level. The level to recapture on SPY would be back above this 597.66. This yellow line on SPY, that would be the level to recapture. IWM still trying to hold steady here. So moving a little bit defensively on some of these names. SPY continuing to melt a little bit more. Took a high risk lotto on CoreWeave, CRWV. This is a CoreWeave put option. High risk lotto 160 put for June 27th. I'm only buying one contract as a bit of a lotto trade. All right. SPY's still trying to backtest prior day low. IWM is trying to firm up yet again. Carvana making another move higher here. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla still looks somewhat weak off of the zone, but could probably retest 321.50. That would be an aggressive short zone on Tesla, 321.50. SPY trying to recapture that prior day low. So again, I took a 160 lotto put on CoreWeave for next week. 160 lotto on CoreWeave. Haven't really looked at nuclear today. How's uranium doing? Yeah, uranium down 1.48% on the session, continuing to sell off here. So SMR, let's look at SMR here. Let's look at CoreWeave. We'll keep that chart up here. It's into a bit of a double top. It can make a potential pierce of this level, but CoreWeave is just in a monster beyond all belief. So I'm writing the 160 put. SPY's still trying to move up a little bit. I am going to call this stream to an end here. Or at least I'm going to go quiet on the mic momentarily. Just trying to see if there's anything else. IWM getting rejected. Look at the big dip back on IWM. Another failed breakout attempt. We are absolutely melting still. Let's see if we can get another new low. SPY getting rejected. Look at that, new low on IWM, guys. New low on IWM. I still have a target downside at the low of this channel, around 209.50. 210 puts are basically climbing again. Come on. Breaking prior week low on SPY yet again. Big wick energy coming on the 1 minute time frame. Markets are still vulnerable to going lower, guys. Markets are still vulnerable. SPY could easily head down to this parallel channel. IWM could go negative, head down to this channel. We're looking very, very weak here. Come on, IWM. I want to exit the rest of these 210 puts. We're up 73 cents trading at contracts right now. SPY's melting. CoreWeave starting to come down. Starfraze was asking, Google hit 170, 150. Are you looking at calls? Let me look at Google. Oh, look at that knife down on Google. It's continuing to go lower. Wow, just piercing through this. You know, I'm not taking a stab on the long side of these names until SPY hits this major trend line. So I would only really take Google at this gap fill now. It looks like that would be the confluence zone, but SPY is absolutely melting to the downside here. IWM still looking weak. That could go negative. Still looking. I prefer Meta. I prefer Meta. Meta is coming into target, guys. Meta is coming into target. So I'm looking at closing my IWM on the next little flush. Meta is coming into a long zone here. A very interesting long zone on Meta. So keep Meta on watch. Things are getting interesting here. Meta's almost tagging my level, but SPY looking extra dirty today. Those 687.50s on Meta are trading around $3, so I like those a lot. I like those a lot. Probably going to take 2 entries on those 687.50 calls on Meta. Probably buy 10 contracts at the first level, and then likely another 10 on the second level. Still watching IWM. Come on. Come on. We may get another trade here, guys. It looks like we're getting some action. Usually I walk away and silent on the mic, but we're very close to entering Meta. I want to see Meta flush the zone here. Big bounce in Meta. Really big bounce. Give us another flush in these markets. I want to see Meta break down here. We're looking at the 686.50 level for an entry into the 687.50 calls. I'm going to take a half position. Once we pierce the 680 or tap the 686.50 area, I'm getting into the 687.50 calls. Come on. Right now, gold's down 0.75%, silver getting rocked, copper down. Quite a bit of red. All right, Meta's coming into target, guys. The only concern about that is SPY's not at target yet, but Meta's coming into target. You can see there's some support already buying off of the zone. I want to see it wick into that zone. Contracts are below $3 here. Come on. Give us one more wick down. Still looking for a cover zone on IWM if we get another wick down. Looking for a cover. I am going to move my stop loss on IWM into the break even. All right, IWM just gave us a new low, guys. IWM just gave us a new low. Beautiful. Starting to knife down. Starting to knife down. Come on, give us that target, Meta. Meta's close, guys. Meta's very, very close. So I'm looking at getting into some Meta calls. The 687.50s. These will be 0 DTEs. So size accordingly. Meta's bouncing. You can see there's accumulation here. We should go a little bit lower. This is an interesting level on Meta. Upsloping trend line, sweeping previous liquidities. You're oversold intraday, positive divergence, quite a bit of factors here for a day trade. Quite a bit of factors here for a day trade, but I want to see a break lower. All right, IWM is coming into target, guys. IWM, we're getting very, very close. Notice that SPY's at the lows. Meta's trying to form a bottom. Off of one more little knife down on SPY, we should see Meta break down a little bit more. We're getting very, very close. I'm watching these Meta calls closely, guys. Come on. Give us a wick down, Meta. Give us a wick down. All right, I'm taking 2 entries on the 687.50 calls for Meta. 2 entries on the 687.50 calls for Meta. IWM new low. Apple's only up 0.5%. NVDA down 1.3. We're almost close to entering this call option on Meta. This is a day trade scalp. I want to be in and out in ideally 5 to 10 minutes. It could take a little bit longer. Could be in and out in 2 minutes. But we're waiting on this level patiently. SPY's trying to catch a bid. Come on, Meta. Give it to us. SPY's trying to catch a bid. Don't do it to us, Meta. Come on. Meta's trying to bounce here. IWM trying to bounce a little bit. We still are in play. We are still in play for Meta. I'm getting very close to covering selling my IWM puts. Getting very close, guys. We've almost doubled these IWM puts. Come on, one more little flush on IWM and I will be out. One more little flush. Come on. Come on, get us 100% on these IWMs. I'm watching Meta on my other screen still. Still in play, guys. Meta's still in play. All right, IWM, guys. IWM, I'm all out of my IWM for just over 100%. Closed my IWMs. Meta's coming into target now. Look at Meta. I'm all out of my IWM puts for just over 100%. Now I'm looking at flipping bullish on Meta calls. SPY's still not at target, but I want to take Meta because it's been relatively strong over the last few sessions, still in a very strong uptrend. But if you're looking at SPY around 593 tap looks somewhat interesting. All right, Meta 687.50 call is coming into target here, guys. Beautiful. Come on, Meta. One more flush on Meta. We're getting there, guys. We're very close. We're very close. Come on. We're tapping that level right now, guys. We are tapping that level right now. All right, I'm long Meta, guys. I'm long Meta. Got filled at 240 a contract. Look at that level. We tapped that level to a T. I'm long the Meta 687.50 calls. This is a half position. I will add to it around 685 if we flush down there, and we could. Because Qs look like they want to sweep that low pivot liquidity. They're almost there. SPY's almost to its low channel. Meta's starting to move here, guys. Meta is starting to move. We've telegraphed this level. Had a draw on it. Wicked to our 686.50 level perfectly. 687.50 calls are almost in the money. Come on. Give us a little bit more. They're in the money, guys. They're in the money. Come on. Bounce a little bit more. I didn't take profits yet. That could have been a little bit of a profit area off of that bounce. I'm still holding. I want a little bit more as the markets are somewhat oversold here. Give us a little bit more, Meta. Here we go. Next spike push. Come on. Give us a bounce. Give us a little bit of a bounce. I'm looking for a move back into 688. 688 is where I start to trim. Come on. We're long Meta. We made money on the puts. Now we're flipping bullish. Come on, Meta. Again, I will add to my 687.50 calls if we flush to 685. But so far, I'm long 0DT Meta calls at 240. Come on. This is a big, big level. This is a big, big level. The only thing is that the S&P isn't at its technical level yet. So that's the only troublesome area. Meta's at a really solid level, but the markets, the indices are not. So we'll see if the 686.50 level holds. So far it is. Can you believe the low on this candle is 686.50? That's exactly what we tapped and we're waiting for on Meta. Come on, give us a little bit more. Meta's trying to come down a little bit. NVDA down 1.7. Qs are still struggling here. They look like they could be trying to do a low pivot liquidity sweep. Right back down to the lows on Meta. We're breaking that key technical level on Meta as the indices are selling off. Still a lot of support here on Meta. You could even got a better fill than I did off of that little wick down. SPY's still weak. QQQ new low of day. SPY going for a new low of day. Come on, Meta. Come on, markets. Push. Push a little bit. We're seeing a bit of distribution in this zone. Again, I'm long off of the 686.50 level, riding 687.50 calls, half position. Meta needs to hold. Your Qs are trying to find some buyers. SPY is trying to find some buyers. Still very weak on the markets right now. Here comes Meta. They're trying to defend this key zone. All right, markets are catching a nice bounce here, guys. Markets are catching a nice bounce. Here comes Meta, guys. If you didn't get long off of that dip, come on. You might miss it. Contracts are still fairly cheap. Again, my target on Meta is 688.50. 688.50 target. Come on, Meta. Here we go. IWM still lagging here. Basically flat on these Meta calls. We're waiting for a big technical bounce in the indices, but you look at the sell-off on Meta, that's a one-way freight train. We are just looking for a minor bounce into the 688 zone. Come on, here goes Meta. It's starting to wake up. Starting to wake up. Basically still up slightly on these contracts, but I'm looking for quite a bit more. Come on. Let's get these back in the money. 687, 687.12, 687.50 on tap. About to get them back in the money, these contracts. Here we go. We're printing to the high side. We are printing to the high side. Come on. 687.50 prints coming in. We just got those back in the money. I'm still holding. We have not hit target yet. So come on, SPY. Qs and SPY need to hold up here. Contracts are in the money, guys. Contracts are in the money. Here we go. Come on, a little bit more, Meta. A little bit more. Here we go. Come on, get us 688.50. 688.50. Give me that target. Small minor technical bounce has occurred. There's 687.75. Come on. Here we go. We're starting to print. I haven't trimmed yet. I'm still looking for a move into 688 on Meta before I even consider it. Ideally, I want 688.50 right into this target. Come on, Meta. Keep going. SPY is still trying to bounce. IWM trying to bounce. QQQ trying to bounce still. Contracts are moving. Here we go. We have 688 on tap. Beautiful trade. Oversold liquidity sweep. Positive bullish divergence. Upsloping hourly chart trend line. This is the exact same similar setup that we traded on NVDA on Wednesday. Factors are key. Liquidity sweep, oversold condition, positive divergence, upsloping trend line of support on the hourly chart. Beautiful level on Meta. We still are looking for more. We should get a little bit more on this technical bounce. SPY should try to retest prior week low. Meta should try to get into the 688, handle it briefly, tapped it there. I'm probably being a little bit greedy here, but it's a big level, so I'm looking to squeeze a little bit of juice out of this. It is a Friday. Come on, Meta. Meta is starting to peel away a little bit. Still very good down here. So look at this hourly chart level. We sweep this little low pivots. We sweep this pivot. We're into this wide range red bar breakdown. We have this beautiful upsloping trend line. We should get a little bit more upside off of this area. It's a big, big zone for Meta. Give us a 1 minute inverse head and shoulders breakout. I want these contracts over $3. Come on. Am I being greedy? Maybe. SPY's still struggling. QQQ. Struggling a little bit. Bitcoin's gone negative. Big dip there on Meta. Knifing down on Meta. Uh-oh. We're still in a half position. I'm still holding. I like this level a lot. Again, I'll add to Meta. Second entry around 685.40 zone here. 685.40. Pierce of this area. I'll add a second entry. We are going lower here. They're trying to knife us out. SPY just made a new low. QQQ just dumped. That looks like a pretty hard liquidity sweep on the indices. It could go a little bit lower. Contracts are now negative on Meta. We are starting to knife. On the main indices, QQQ is really starting to fall here. Q's are really starting. I'm going to take a second fill on my contracts, guys, on Meta. I still like this level on Meta. We're almost there on Meta for a second fill. SPY still at the lows of the session. Down now 0.63% on SPY, 0.72 on Qs. IWM down 0.14. That's holding up the most. I'm long off the 240 for these contracts, $2.40. Right now they're trading around just above $2, so I'm down by about 35 cents. Half position, looking to take a second fill. Come on, Meta. You just need these indices to bottom here. If S&P can catch a bit of a bid here, you're extremely oversold on the 15-minute chart. You're coming into this key support zone. I still like it a lot. You can even get a better fill than me down here on Meta. I almost added to my position, but I'm being diligent. I'm waiting for about $1 lower from our first entry. And we could get it there. Still falling. You have also another pattern that's forming on Meta, a falling wedge pattern. Falling wedge pattern on Meta. Alright guys, there's a tap of Meta. There's a tap of that next target on Meta. I didn't get filled though. I'll let you know. If we make a brand new low on Meta, then I'll get filled on these contracts. Might be coming here. QQQ still struggling quite immensely here. All right, guys, I took a fill there on Meta. I got filled at a $1.99 on that wick, $1.99. I have a full position on the 687.50 calls. We are even going lower. We are going lower here. SPY still needs to hit target. Meta is now down 1.5% after having a complete gap and crack. So I'm long the 687.50 calls on Meta 0 DTE. Average is sitting at 222 average. We're still trying to knife down. SPY is still continuing to go lower. Markets have not bottomed yet, but SPY just keeps melting to the downside. A lot more red starting to appear on the screen, but the sell side pressure is predominantly coming from mega cap tech land. I still like Meta in this zone. This is a big sweep of liquidity. Previous pivot lows, upsloping hourly chart. We just need these markets to bottom a little bit, and Meta should have a quick snapback. But so far, getting sold into. QQQ and SPY. SPY still hasn't hit target, but very close. Qs are catching a bit of a bid here. All right, here comes a green stick in Meta. So we've done a really deep pivot liquidity sweep. We've swept the 686.50 level. Big upsloping trend line on Meta. Nice positive divergence on the intraday time frames. Nice green stick on Meta, trying to recapture key levels. Again, my average is 222 on these contracts. We're basically in the money right now. Contracts are moving nicely. Look at that big green stick to the upside. Oil's starting to take a bit of a breather, which is one of the reasons why the markets also started to fall, in my opinion. You triggered bearish technicals on SPY, head and shoulders. Oil was also grinding up, starting to take a fall now. Come on, Meta, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. Minor 3-minute bottoming tail, but nothing really there on Meta to rave about. Oversold 15-minute chart. Let's see if the indices want to bounce. SPY could still go lower here. This is a late stream. This Meta trade really needs to work out here. Come on. Right back down to the lows. More indices selling. Just can't seem to get out of the way of the market. Let's look at the IWM. Those IWM is still at the low end of its range. QQQ at the low end of its range. Again, Tesla down 1.1%. Quite extraordinary there. Downward price. Apple still holding slightly positive. Netflix still slightly positive. SMCI slightly positive. Oracle's down by about 1%. NVDA getting hit here, down 1.53, but NVIDIA is trying to bounce steady here. NVIDIA is trying to bounce. We're sitting right above that Meta 683 gap. Looks like they might want to try to take it into there, but I'd be hard pressed not to think a bounce occurs first. But stranger things have happened when the market's weak. The market has a mind of its own and wants to do. Q's Inspire trying to bounce here. Couple 1 minute chart bounces. The sell side pressure is slowing down just a touch here. Google still weak on the session, tapping the low 168s, down 2.5% on Google. Very big sell side pressure. Amazon, that's getting smoked, down 1.18%, tapping that 20-day moving average on Amazon. See if Meta wants to firm up. Again, my average is down right now. I'm sitting at 222 on the 687.50 calls, 222. SPY's still trying to firm up here, but struggling. Come on, Meta. You can firm up now. So Meta's trade range from the high today down to the low is about a 2.5% trade range to the downside, just a one-way sell side pressure. Contracts are starting to move up slightly. Still a really big sweep of liquidity on the larger time frames for Meta. We blasted through this hourly chart, this big impulse green candle. I'm definitely thinking Meta still can retrace this upsloping trend line. The markets are trying to firm up a little bit here. SPY is trying to break out from this little bit of a bottoming 1 minute bull flag. Let's look at the Qs again. Qs are trying to recapture prior day lows. So the Qs did a really big sweep of liquidity as well. You're going to see this zone. Take a look at those low pivots. So the Qs are swept that liquidity, blasted through that gap fill where a lot of people were sitting long. So Qs did a really big sweep of liquidity itself. Come on, Meta. Take us back to 688. Strong selling pressure in the markets. We are trying to firm up here. Apple's still one of the stronger mega caps on the session. Still have pockets of strength in the overall market. You still have a lot of green sectors. You have utilities green, real estate green, staples green, industrials, financials, energy green, regional banks green, retail, Dow Jones Transports. Really what's taking on the chin today is XLK, XLC, XLB, and XLV. But those are your biggest sectors, right? Your communications, tech, and healthcare, those are your largest sectors. So it's weighing in on the market. QQQ trying to firm up, still waiting on Meta to really make a move here. It's kind of lagging the main indices at this point, which is surprising me. So Meta really lagging. I think that we could be in for a big surge on Meta to play a bit of catch up, but it needs to start to firm up. You got 17 minutes left in Meta's hourly candle. You've had a nice 3-bar surge on the 15-minute chart. That's also another technical setup. when you get 3 initial sell side candles, consolidation, and then a 3-bar surge into a low. Come on, Meta, you got a lot of factors here. High probability, still a high probability setup, but I'm down on the trade for the time being. We'll see if Meta wants to firm up and hit target. These calls will be up on, even if we head to 687.50, which is the strike zone, we will make money on it. I'm still looking for a move into 688 handle though. I do think that's possible. SPY's trying to push up here. Seeing NVDA curl to the upside. NVIDIA looks like it's doing a 5-minute 3-bar surge candle pattern, so it's got another potential 7 minutes of upside. IWM making a move. All right, Meta's trying to firm up here at the lows. You're hitting this downsloping little resistance from your low pivot. If we can bust through that, then we should have a decent pop and surge. You can see the resistance on Meta. See if we can work through it. Let's flip back to Apple. Apple still trying to firm up, but went through a big sell side candle, sell off $3 move to the downside on Apple. Everything got hit on that sell off. Everything. All right, contracts are trying to move up here. Come on, Meta. Apple big stick to the upside. Meta's working through this volume. Things are looking a little bit better. My average is 222 on the 687.50 calls. SPY's approaching a little bit of resistance, which is your prior week low, sitting at 595.48. Amazon's trying to work itself higher. Google's still a very weak bounce in Google. Nice bounce on NVIDIA still. Meta rejection so far, back testing that key trend line breakout. Come on, Meta. Push it. NVIDIA is still curling to the upside. Tesla curling to the upside, recapturing 320 on Tesla. The markets are going to try to trend for the rest of the day. The only thing is SPY never officially tagged that parallel channel. Well, if you draw the trend line like that, we did tag it. So if this is the low in SPY, let me just look at my other chart here. This could be a really significant low in SPY. Weakness in commodities too. Brent oil is down 2.8, but crude is strong. Palladium down today, platinum down 3.82, copper still down. Commodities are getting hit across the board, which is actually a positive for equity markets. Commodities down. Let me look at SPX chart just to see a couple things here. So yeah, SPX is actually backtesting the 20-day moving average. So we could actually hold here. This could be a potential low in SPY. If we look at SPX, it is a really big level on SPX. Backtesting this previous 20-day moving average, you swept this low pivot, high pivot zone. So there's quite a bit of support here on SPX. That could be the low of day for the markets. Maybe we come down and test a double bottom, but they should defend this area. This 20 days sitting right at that zone there. Yeah, SPX. Look at SPX rallying, guys. Very strong chart on SPX. Pushing off of that 20-day. Flip back to SPY. SPY pushing as well, right back up. Meta's still struggling, but it's probably going to play catch up here. Maybe a 1 minute inverse head and shoulders forming. If we break out of this 1 minute inverse head and shoulders on Meta, again, target around 689. Come on, Meta. This trade's taking a lot longer than I expected. But we'll see if the markets want to just trend into the rest of the day. SPY is still getting a really strong bounce. QQQ getting a really strong bounce. CoreWeave has sold off a little bit here. Big bounce on Qs, tapping prior day low. IWM still strong. Come on, Meta, play catch up. Meta is just lagging here. All right, prior week seeing some selling. Prior week low seeing some selling in the markets. All right, Meta's trying to punch through here, guys. We have an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. We are trying to punch through a little bit. Come on, Meta. Take us to the promised land. So it shows you we had quite a bit of factors off of this level. With Meta, we had about 4 different technical factors that I was trading on, and it still shows you that even strong levels can struggle. And it's been a fairly weak bounce for Meta. I'm so surprised. It's been a very weak bounce for Meta, considering the bounce in the equity markets. Meta's really struggled here. Seeing more sell side pressure. NVDA consolidating bullishly. That's trying to firm up. SPY coming in a touch. I really want to see a really big cutoff time frame is around 12 o'clock for Meta. If Meta doesn't kind of make or break itself back into the 687 level by 12, I might have to cut this for a loss, but I'm going to give it some more time to run. I still like it down here. My average is a little bit underwater. Struggling immensely. Struggling immensely, Meta. Maybe they want that gap fill. That's 683 Pierce. 683 Pierce, eh? Wow. What a knife down on Meta. Absolutely struggling. New low of day. Yeah, really taking it to the woodshed today. Hourly candle closes in 6.5 minutes on Meta. 6.5 minutes. I want to see this hourly candle get back above this little low pivot liquidity zone. I'm down quite sharply on these call options for the time being. Things can change quickly. Come on, Meta. So a bit of a failed breakout there on Meta. So if Meta doesn't hold here, it looks like we're going to flush into that gap fill around a Pierce of 683. Really big positive divergence. Let's look at that 15-minute chart again. SPY starting to see a little bit more selling. Sometimes you got to sit through a lot of pain and volatility. We'll see. It's an example of why short-dated call options are dangerous. Very dangerous. SPY still trying to consolidate right underneath that prior week low. If you can get through prior week, then you're going to retest prior day low. Tesla's still struggling as well. NVDA down 1.1, but trying to consolidate and move higher. QQQ, come on Qs. Qs are about to get a potential bullish cross on the 3-minute chart. It's a short-term positive for tech. Consolidating right under prior day low on the Qs as well. Oil's starting to come in a little bit. Oil is starting to roll over just a touch. That should be helpful for the equity markets. Quite a bit of volume traded down here on Meta. Start curling back up. You've lagged this market immensely. You can see this down-sloping trend line. It did briefly try breaking out of it, back testing it now. So we have broken out of that little falling wedge pattern. Qs are trying to push higher here. Here comes Meta. Come on. Sat through a 40% drawdown on those contracts. That was not nice. Hopefully we get to firm up here. Double bottom, potential W pattern, falling wedge pattern, breakout. QQQ trying to push above prior day low. SPY testing prior week low. SMCI is still trying to trend back higher. Come on, Meta. To target 688.50. We should get a nice profit once we hit 688.50. These contracts will move fast once we clear this previous little rejection zone. Notice how we bounced here, broke down, rejected once, rejected twice. If we get through the 680, 650 zone, we should have a pretty big move to the upside in these contracts. But we're still stuck at resistance. How's Google doing? Google trying to firm up as well. Another communication XLC stock. Google basically filled its gap to the downside. See QQQ again. Qs are still seeing a little bit of selling off of that prior day. So you can see prior day low rejection on the Qs. Come on, Meta. Potential 15-minute bottoming tail forming on Meta. We got 1 minute left in the 15-minute candle. Come on. Push through this resistance. This is this resistance zone. Here we go, Meta. I'm seeing some resistance right off that same area. That same area. Just can't get through it just yet. Oh, SPY melting down a little bit. QQQ melting down a little bit. CRCL looks very bullish, guys. CRCL creating an ascending triangle pattern. This looks like it's going to break out. Nice higher low. Strong ascending triangle pattern. That looks like it's going to make a new high a day with conviction. Nice ascending triangle pattern on CRCL. All right, Meta. Come on, Meta. I think we should get a bust through this level on Meta now. It looks a little bit more ready to go. There goes CRCL, circle busting through. Let's look at CoreWeave again. Still seeing sellers off the 680, 650 level, but it should get through. Their SPY's trying to work itself through. I'm just waiting patiently on these meta calls, sitting through some rough pain. SPY still seeing some top wick sellers. Another bullish 1 minute cross of the 7 and 20. Last time you had it here, it got rejected. This time it's more likely to push through. QQQ getting back above its prior day low with some near-term conviction. Strength coming back in from NVDA and Apple, but Meta still not participating. See Tesla again. Tesla's still struggling, but trying to firm up itself. 30 time frame. Come on, we need the Qs and SPY to, we need Meta to really make a move here. We've got 27 minutes left for me to at least start seeing this move above 686.50. Volume starting to lighten up here. Selling pressure abating a little bit. We are starting to see contracts move up again. The contract structure will change immensely once we get back into this, clearing this previous little pivot resistance. But we need to see a blast through this area. Still seeing sellers. SPY back above its prior week low, triggering a bit of an inverse head and shoulders breakout on SPY. Again, SPY's triggered a little bit of a micro bullish pattern on the smaller time frame. QQQ very similar, Tesla very similar. NVDA looking much more bullish. Come on, Meta. Let's see the upside target on SPY. If we were to break this area, we're looking at 598 tap on SPY, which is right back to that bottom of that parallel channel bear flag on SPY. So any sort of a back test on this prior week low on SPY can be the long entry, but that could be the low of the day. Yeah, my average is 222 on the 687.50 meta calls. 222. So I'm down on the position right now. Guys, this AISP is starting to move. AISP. So we're riding those $5 calls on AISP. That stock is looking somewhat bullish here. Up strongly on the session. It could start to squeeze. Again, I got the July 18th $5 calls on AISP. That stock is breaking out here. And it could squeeze all the way today to 533 very easily. All right, Meta's starting to work itself through, guys. Meta trying to clear these pivots. Here we go. This is where the contract structure changed pretty sharply and aggressively. Come on. Start to chase it. Pump it, pump it. Come on, Meta. I'm getting high prints here. I'm getting some high breakout prints, guys. Come on. There it goes. Come on, Meta. Take us to target. Meta breaking out nicely. All right, we're basically back to break even. Come on, get these 687.50s in the money. All right, we're printing on the high side of these contracts. Finally starting to work out in our favor. We just got to sometimes trust the levels, sit through a bit of pain. Again, I'm still looking. We're probably going to get a small pullback here on Meta, but I'm looking for that 688 move. 688 is where I start to trim. I'm looking for a move into 688. All right. 688 is roughly sitting right here. Calls are in the money, guys. We're up nicely. I'm still looking for more. First trim is target 1, a pierce of 688. Very close. Very close. Henry's printing some moves there. All right, Meta's about to, come on, tap that 688. We're very close. SPY's still curling above 596. Come on, Meta, get some high prints. We're almost at target 1. I will be trimming half the position. These calls are in the money. There's 688 on tap. Come on. Give us 688. We just tapped target 1. Target 2 is on deck after a minor little pullback. We're getting some high prints. All right, I took my first trim there, guys. Took my first trim. First trim at 255. Sold half of my contracts. Beautiful. Yeah, YouTube, there's a small delay. Yeah, Anonymous, that was painful, but we netted a profit there. We netted a profit. Sometimes you just got to trust the level. Sometimes it doesn't work out instantly, right? We all want instant gratification. They swept the lows even farther than I thought. No, SPY's not falling. SPY's not falling. Who said SPY's falling? I said SPY's falling? That might have been an error. SPY's not falling, Maria. SPY's grinding higher. Sorry, I might have said something wrong, but yeah, so I trimmed half of those contracts at 255. Still holding 10 more contracts. Come on, I want target 2. Target 2 on tap. Give us a squeeze. Let's get above 6.8. Once Meta clears 688 convictionally, then people are going to chase the 690s. People are going to chase the 690 calls here pretty quickly, guys. Look at the move coming into the markets. Anonymous averages 202. What a monster. Beautiful. I'm glad you profited. So yeah, I had a much aggressive trade, but this is what we wait for. We take multi-factor levels to put us in a position of high probability. I was down over 40%. My contracts just show you that I was even early. We're blasting through target 1. All right, guys, I'm looking at target 2. We're up over 40 cents a con here. Come on. Come on. Give me 688.50. I want 688.50 on tap. Come on. SPY still could go a little bit higher until we hit that prior day low resistance. That was a good trade on Meta. Finally starting to work out. I was looking for this trade to be closed in 10 to 20 minutes. It's turning out to be an hour trade. All right, guys, I'm very close to exiting all of my Meta calls here. There it is. I just trimmed. I just exited all my calls. I'm out of my Meta position, guys. I'm out of Meta. I'm all out of my Meta calls. That was beautiful. Beautiful. Amazing trade. I hope everyone was able to catch that with us. So we rode them into both targets on Meta. Target 1 and target 2 achieved on Meta. Let's basically look at what transpired here. I just want to erase these target zones. So we had a sweep of these low pivot liquidities. There was a lot of demand there. They swept it even lower. We had that upsloping trend line on the hourly chart of Meta. We had an oversold intraday condition, a positive divergence on the smaller time frames, but we tagged both of our levels, netting a lovely profit. Great job if anyone caught that. You need a mojito or not? Yeah, make it a stiff one. Make it a stiff one. But that was great, guys. Wow. Little stressful at times, but nevertheless, we trusted the charts, trusted the levels, trusted all of the technical setup, and netted a nice gain there. Beautiful. So roughly 15% on the first trim. 24% on the second trim. I'm happy. I'm very, very happy. So to sum things up, we netted over 100% gain on our IWM puts. We just traded Meta successfully on the long side, and this is looking like it's trying to grind even higher, but just be careful of Meta's chart here. If Meta breaks and loses this upsloping trend line, then it's very troublesome and it can actually go lower and sweep these lows around 680. But it is looking very, very strong. I am all out of my Meta, but I'm still holding SCO, guys. Right now we're at a break even. My SCO average is 14.99. We're just basically flat on that trade, which is a short oil. So we're shorting USO via SCO, but awesome, awesome trade there, guys. Really substantial trade there. That was beautiful. All right, guys, I am exhausted here from this morning session. Commentating, giving my analysis takes a lot out of you. So on that note, I want to thank you all for tuning in. I am going to keep the stream going for a little bit, watch some charts, but I'm going to go quiet on the mic here, celebrate that little win, roughly 20% on that Meta trade, netting over just over $800 for myself. Nevertheless, congrats on the IWM put, congrats on the Meta. Thank you all for tuning in. Henry saying thank you for Carvana. I'm glad a bunch of you were able to profit. Please hit that like button down below. Subscribe if you haven't. We printed nicely. Anonymous banked over $500. Great job. That's amazing, amazing money all in a few hours work. So a couple things just to leave you off on this note. There will come a time, Anonymous. There will come a time. Right now I'm just giving back to a lot of the old members where I took a nice little vacation for 6 months there. So I'm not charging anyone any subscription fees or anything of that nature. But just enjoy the profits, learn as much, but everything comes around. You know, I'm making enough right now through my own investments and trades, but eventually, once the group grows, there will be some exclusive perks that I offer. But for the time being, just enjoy the channel. Keep tuning in, showing your support, and hopefully we can all collectively continue to make money. But I appreciate your thoughts, Anonymous. I appreciate your thoughts. All right, guys, so just to close some things out here, SPY right now is in a weird and precarious spot, right? You're underneath prior day low, which is bearish, right? But you're above prior week low, which is bullish. So I think that as long as you stay above prior week low, you can try to scalp this on the long side. You lose prior day low and you're going right back down to the lows. So prior week low should be your line in the sand if you're trying to scalp on the long side. The positive for SPY is it has triggered a 1 minute inverse head and shoulders that gives us an upside target of around 598, give or take a few pennies. So it's tough to chase SPY at this exact level because you're coming into resistance. But if you get a pullback to support prior week low, maybe even if you're wanting to chase this little breakout neckline, you could potentially chase it there. I think there's a lot of individual stocks that are making better moves. You look at AISP, that one's moving, shaking, moving. You look at CRCL, that's had a very clear technical ascending triangle breakout pattern, which likely is going to have more upside. You know, it's tough to chase when it's up this much on the session. You know, you look at NCLH, that's another individual name that's moving to the upside quite nicely. Apple's obviously a strong horse today, so that's probably going to get continued money flow on the session. You look at FedEx. So until you get some rather bigger moves on the indices, it's tough to chase it. Good to see natural gas pulling back a little bit. That one is down 3.5%. So an interesting buy level for a swing trade long that I'm looking at. So take a look at this down 3.5%. You are coming into your first little area of support, but I prefer to buy this range here. From 395 to 385 is where I'd consider getting long nat gas. But that's coming in, and that could be if that hits today, that's a very strong and aggressive day trade level. So you can see you're about to sweep that little high pivot zone on nat gas. Let's draw this tool. So that is a bit of a day trade. Wow. Almost makes me want to stay on for a little bit more. Just too many opportunities today. That's just crazy. This is crazy. All right, guys, I am going to go silent on the mic. I once again thank you all for tuning in. Let's see if I have any other people trading. Tune you into a space here. Let's see.
You don't want a 6K SPX pin for OPEX string?
No. I want 5,900. That was this morning, wasn't it?
So not the if only the AM expiration.
Yeah, in the AM one, the bigger one though, for SPX.
Do they do quarterly AMs? I didn't know if that was the bigger one.
Exhausting day. What a day. What a day. So NVIDIA is still down. SMCI is still looking very strong. Natural gas is coming into a very interesting day trade level, guys. Oversold
I believe
hourly.
it is AM. I'm double checking.
Yeah,
Grok
that's a bit of a long
confirms.
level.
Yes, the quarterly S&P 500 options expiration is typically AM settled. Yeah, settle on special opening quotation SOQ of the S&P index. Yeah.
Let's see if this is going to be the handle for on the 15-minute on NQ.
Let's make it a broomstick handle. It just goes straight down.
Come on. Right to 60. No, it's getting to be lunchtime. Come on. I better put some bids in.
This is the exact area I had trouble with last night. Some size trying to fill here, but a lot of it's position roll.
Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Come on.
A little bit more. I'm almost about to get chilled on the trim.
Little fill here.
All right, yeah, there's 25, 30 points. I'm
Filled.
trim.
There we go. All right, me as well.
Yeah, I did too.
Great job.
All right, now add them back in. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. Come on. All right. That's all right. I covered most of them.
Technical support. So a lot of traders are taking that area, just like we discussed. Natural gas is into an area here where it does look like it could potentially bounce here. On the daily chart, backtesting that pivot, I think we get a slice through that zone, and we could have a bit of a long scalp on nat gas. Weekly chart.
Not had a chance yet, but I will. Probably this
Basically,
evening.
what that says is the guy's pretty knowledgeable,
Here we go.
and it's, who knows? Take it for what it's worth. That
Yeah.
there's no way that's happening. The government is not going to let him.
Going to cover
They
another
need
here.
they need to file all these paperwork that's not filed, and it's going to point to LiDAR supposedly. Look at this. This is nice.
Yeah, I'm going to move a stop to entry now. I'm out of third. Beautiful entry for this short. Look at this Q and SPY candle right there. There it is. Previous day high rejection on SPY. Absolutely gorgeous. 595. Yeah, it was a great
All right,
spot
cover
short.
some more.
Let's go.
All right, we're coming into the previous day low, the Wednesday low, 50 points. I'm gonna take off half now.
I am flat.
Order filled.
I'm flat.
High risk trade.
Now it's
High risk
half
trade.
here. Let's go. Oh, I waited all morning to get in finally on this short.
Long boil.
And there's
61.11.
595 target. Now I want previous week low 593.8.
I am long boil 61.11. 61.11. This is a natural gas trade. $61.11. We are knifing through this zone even more. My next entry. Oops. $60.63 next entry. $60.63. Unfortunately, Maria, YouTube, there's always a delay. I even have the latency at the lowest setting to help with the delay. That's why some people tune into Telegram, where I also give live commentary. So I have an audio broadcast on the Telegram group. Some people tune in that way. Or you'll get the call outs, but the charts are as fast as they can get them. So we're long boil 61.11. This is a half position. Second entry is at 60.63. Just a little bit of a bounce. I'm looking for nat gas to retest prior day low at around 403. But a huge sell-off in natural gas today. Going for a bit of a bounce in boil. SPY still struggling. SPY backtesting. This is an aggressive. This is your long zone on SPY. If you don't get defended here, we're making new lows on the session. So this is your neckline of your inverse head and shoulders. It really needs to defend and shape up there. Again, 60.63 is my second entry on Boyle. 60.63 or a pierce at that level. I have an order resting there.
Well, lunchtime. Slow time. Traded up, took out those highs, we took out overnight lows. Range it now. Rest of the day. Coinbase holding up really well. Didn't take nearly as big of a dip. Trying to break out.
Oh, I gotta go talk to my crypto people and tell them how bearish Bitcoin looks on the daily right now.
Yeah.
This will be fun.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll be back.
Heard that. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Just gonna chop around these overnight lows. This is where the day gets hard. Get all our big moves and there's just nothing to do.
So Henry's asking why Boyle, and I did take a second fill there. So the Boyle chart is a levered nat gas play, and really what nat gas is doing is it's punishing all of the chasers who were chasing this breakout on the daily chart. And the important thing is a lot of people who are bullish nat gas will have a stop loss right at this wick low, or sorry, right at this wick high. So all those people that are having their stop loss right on that wick high are now getting stopped out. Okay? So it's a very nice area to enter. They're stopping all of those people out on the nat gas trade by about 0.5%. And you've got a very intraday oversold chart on natural gas, very oversold 15-minute chart, hourly chart. And this is really your first pullback since natural gas broke out. This is actually a very aggressive swing trade level. I like the day trade better than the swing. The swing's a little bit lower, in around 392. That's where I'd look to accumulate, and all the way down to 380. But this is a day trade level because a lot of people have their stop loss positioned right at that previous little wick, and we just got wicked out. So this is again a liquidity sweep trade of a previous high pivot resistance, and you're also oversold intraday. So right now we're basically break even. No problem, no problem. And where I'm looking for a target is potentially back to prior day low. So that would put nat gas just back over $4. But the commodity complex is a tough trade. They can overshoot key levels. But this is just a scalp. Just a scalp. Hopefully that helps. So again, I do like to watch the natural gas chart itself. Boyle is tied to UNG. So that's really what you have to watch for the underlying asset. But I like to personally watch the natural gas chart myself. It gives a good sense. Oops, that's the wrong one. The XNG capital chart, that's the one I like to do my analysis off of.
paper in the trash?
Yeah, you have to because it'll plug up the fucking sewers here or some shit like that. Some of these places.
Most, dude, if you go out of the country, you have to do that everywhere out of the country. The plumbing's so shitty everywhere else.
You guys don't know how good you have it, you spoiled Americans. You fucking Americans.
I guess you're right.
Oh,
Jeez.
dude,
Motherfucker.
I
You
know.
wanted to move there.
You asked for that
fucking-
exactly. Like, you fucking kidding me?
I fucking love it here, bro.
Yeah, but I'm literally I can't. The plan is to get a goddamn fishing boat and be on a little Starling with you guys as I'm in the ocean fishing. That's the plan. We'll see if that.
So you're trying to be a
Yeah,
James
I won't be
Workman?
out there. I won't be there. I won't be doing that.
I said
You're trying to be a James Workman.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ace pattern on Bitcoin. Ace pattern on Bitcoin.
Instead of talking
Oh,
about poverty,
shit.
he's going to be talking about Colombia.
Green now.
It's got to be false, Kevin. That doesn't go down.
Look at that candle on the gold futures.
Bitcoin is a safe haven, guys.
Never under.
I'm not right.
100K.
See if I can get some of these.
Yeah, that Bitcoin rhetoric.
$50 BitX puts.
By the way, I got
Right,
90%
right now.
90% on the BAC calls I took yesterday that I posted in the bubble. 45s. I took
That
90%.
was solid.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I was telling Kev yesterday going into the day. Was that yesterday? Or 2 days ago when I was like, the financials probably look to lead.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Well, yesterday the market was closed, so it had to be 2 days ago.
Yeah, the trading day, the last trade day. the last trading day.
Oh my god, dude. Circle hit
Yeah,
242,
basically yesterday.
man. Fucking this piece of shit. Wow. RIP all the shorts.
For what?
More flows coming for NVDA. July 11th, another 10 million. 130 strikes again. Calls.
It just sounds like stock replacement to me.
Hey, invest 3060. Follow me back, dude. I can't DM you.
So this ticker just showed up on my screener. Base, BASE, couch base. Daily it gapped up. It's up 30% today. The weekly chart looks good. MACD is turning up to the upside. I've never played this before, so but this look good. If it could hold over 24, it could get to $28.
That's interesting.
BASE.
I remember seeing them at a computer conference I was at a while ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Recently or
Couchbase.
a while ago?
Oh, it was a long time ago. They've been around for a while.
Oh, okay.
Man, there's another single print at 60/40 on the 60/45 actually, but it looks like we're probably going to go 20 points higher.
Couchbase is like a MongoDB competitor, essentially.
Financial Juice. Putin, when asked if he's concerned if we're headed towards World War III, and he says, quote, I am concerned.
That ticker base, BASC, is gap up on a buyout.
Was he concerned when he sent more missiles, or? I'll take that as a yes. Drinking some vodka.
SSII is unhalted. It's 989 currently, 990.
It's not optionable yet.
So is the halting based on volume?
Yes.
Almost 1 million shares traded today. The float is 6.3 million.
Oh, teeny. We could have a Butters one. This could be a Butters. All you need is the Wolf Spaces Gurus, Furus pumping it. We go to $30.
This current candle is the highest volume of the day on it right now. It looks like it's found a level though. It's just kind of sticking around 950 ish. It's pulling. I don't know. How quickly can they do an offering if they if you're a small company, you're just like, oh shit, their stock just ran up. Let's sell some shares. Can you do it right away? You know, assuming you file the paperwork at the same time.
I think
or
they had to
something.
file the previous, right?
Previous day. Okay.
Dude, I might buy Tesla calls again. Fuck me. We'll see. I don't know if I have enough time for an ODT.
Spies rolling over.
Just grabbed IWM2.
Ooh, bearish engulfing. Sorry, I just got back. I didn't see this.
Small IWM207 puts for the 23rd.
You want to buy Tesla calls for today?
I was thinking about it. It was a false breakup, but it hung on support. So on my 2-hour chart. So it looks like if it still wants to go to top of resistance, it can.
It has to get through 33.22.50.
Yeah, I mean it could just fuck around here or it has to break down. So it's either gonna go up to the resistance of that wedge false breakout or fuck around here more.
Spy still looks like it wants to go to 590.
God damn, app new lows. Fuck me. That's a nice short name, and I'm really fucking pissed. Like, I always get a move on app, but then I never get the really big fucking move, which pisses me off. I always get like this 50%, 100% move or whatever. But I sometimes get fucked on it too, though.
I mean, Tesla's chart looks pretty bullish, I think, but the news is
No, it is. I mean, you want me to send you a chart that I have?
Yeah, please. I mean, it looks like a nice little bull flag, and then if you go out on the
Yeah, I could
the
send you my
cup and handle,
plans.
it's like a textbook cup and handle possible.
Google too. It's tagging my pocket buy zones right here. As long as it stays above 165. Oh yeah, okay. I'll send you the triangle I'm talking about in the group chat.
Yeah, I think I see the same thing. I just filled that out. It looks like we're pushing down on SPX, guys.
Here, check out the group chat.
Still 5950 is major negative gamma. 5950. Major positive gamma is 6,000.
And I do have $100 calls for ANF for August.
On Tesla, I have a level at 323.25. I'll get bullish over that if Tesla makes it over that. Otherwise, I'm hands off right here.
Putin's talking a lot right now.
Yeah, he's your boy.
He's I did have tea with the guy. He's really talkative right now.
I think he's doing the Facebook equivalent of thoughts and prayers. for a world leader.
He's saying Trump promised the safety of his people in Iran and all kinds of stuff.
Putin just said he is concerned about the world drifting into World War III. Really?
Yeah, I said that about 30 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Just wondering.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I was literally asking, did he say that when you pushed the missile button, or?
All right, Jeffrey. Okay, just kind of give you a quick breakdown. AAOI is a fiber optics company, and their biggest customer is Amazon. We talked about this in May, like when this thing was at $13, and I kind of broke it down then. So Amazon has a purchase commitment with AAOI to purchase up to 300 million in shares over several years. Now now this my understanding of it is their option is to start buying at 23.79, right? And I kept referencing that number that this is at least going there, right? So from 13, that's what I was talking about. So that's my rudimentary understanding of the company in the deal with Amazon. I think that they're supposed to give them optical transceivers, which is supposed to be used in their networks for data centers or what have you. That's the deal that they have with Amazon. So $300 million deal. Amazon's their biggest customer. So that was my thesis with it back when it was at 13.
I remember you talking about it, Kev. Good job. Just real quick, Israel UN envoy in UN envoy. Iranian missiles threaten European capitals, so they're trying to bring Europe involved here.
So I don't know much about the company, but I do know it has a reliable customer for years. And currently up 70% on my $25 contracts.
Hey man, if Chamath opens another SPAC, is that the top of the market? I mean, could you? This dude.
Yeah, I see about that NVIDIA line, bearish beard. I see about 33 million now on that line.
I grabbed BitX.
Actually, 35 million.
$50 puts today.
Butters, your black sky, that thing is moving pretty good. 14%.
Dude, Lutnick said deal after deal will start coming after next week, guys. Buckle up.
That's true. They're going to get the India deal soon, they said. I mean, Canada's announced this deal. It's going to be increasing reciprocal tariffs on our side.
But Japan is nowhere near a deal. China, I think, is escalating, right? They're at 30% right now, I believe. 30 or 40? 40. Okay.
I mean, you're going to see all kind of the shitco's going for deals, and any of the bigger countries are just going to hold out.
Is Peter Navarro still in the government?
Wait, who? You mean Peter Retardo?
Yeah, Peter Retardo.
Okay, I only know Peter Retardo.
Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah.
Is he just like an advisor now and stays out of the limelight?
It's he who must not be named now.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Yeah, I like that.
And Kevin, congratulations on Gurr, man. You were the first guy that I've seen talk about that thing. I think that looks like an actual real company. So congratulations, man. I wish I would have got in with you.
You know, Jeffrey, can you stroke my nuts next?
No,
You're too small.
I thank Butters also because Butters helped me do some digging and added to my bullish sentiment. I mean, he helped keep the confidence.
That's confluence, bro.
Dude,
We need
I
that.
did buy the Tesla calls. Let's see if it happens. 325s for 85 cents.
And I'm still seeing H patterns on SPX, Apple.
I mean, it very well could be, man. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Here's the thing: Apple looks stronger than everything else. Well, Apple and Microsoft look stronger than everything else. But yeah, the H patterns playing out like Google and Amazon and all the other ones because they all look weaker. They all look weak as fuck.
Just remember though, this is OPEC, so generally it tends to be sticky. It can be sticky, so it might just fuck around between.
Like a pin at 6,000.
Yeah, like ES could fuck around at 6,000 to 6050, right? So that's what I'm worried about. So we'll see, but you know, I would prefer betting on the downside than the upside, preferably, but.
Yeah, especially going into a weekend with geopolitical, you think, but I'm always wrong when it comes to, I think it's super bearish.
I mean, they might be hedging with VIX at end of week, end of day, but like it's triple, it's quad witching. So, well, I mean triple it's OPEC. So essentially, second half it's gonna start the second half of the year too. So there's so much position changes that it's not it's gonna do what it's gonna do anyway, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, it's
Tesla just got over my level at 323.25. Next level on Tesla to the upside I have is 325.11.
The next 6 months here is usually more bullish, right? So
well, actually, seasonally too. This time is supposed to be actually very fucking bullish.
Yeah, correct.
But buybacks are 50% down now, and it's gonna keep decreasing for the next month. So it's kind of a tough call. That's why I think the chop down is probably more likely, unless we see material changes in Trump's policy.
Aren't they supposed to be assigning rates the next 2 weeks?
Wait, what's that? Sorry.
Trump's supposed to be giving out the tariff rates for people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, unless that changes, but I do think he might just delay it. And if I don't know if it's more uncertainty, maybe it's just the same fucking price action we've been seeing then. But fuck if I know.
I think
Big Kev, do you see YOLO's request down there? I'm trying to bring him up, but it's not letting me. Maybe you could see if it works for you.
Just click on him 70. And add them manually.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that. It's not working either.
Yeah, we see oil above 70. I can't see tariffs being something I don't want to entertain as much.
If we get
these high tariffs. Sorry, Kev, your mic is pretty hard to understand.
All right, he should be a speaker now. My mic still rough?
No, it's good now.
Hey guys, how's everyone going? I got something to tell you guys. Check the comments. I was trying to get up when I saw it, but I saw this flow and I just wanted to share it with you guys.
Can you just put it up top so we don't have to search the comments for it?
Yeah, it's a huge VIX spike on volume. So let me just put it up if where the fuck did it go? I don't know. Space is fucking retarded.
Yeah, purple pill's hard to navigate sometimes.
I put it up top for you.
All right, cool. Thanks.
It's up top. Yeah. So the VIX calls spiked, correct?
Yeah. So 24 calls for September, 12.7 million on huge volume spike. I don't know.
Can you say that again, Yolo? I stepped away. I'm sorry.
24 calls for VIX, 12.7 million for September on volume. spike. I just put if you can see the flow.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
put it in the
yeah.
nest. It's in the nest.
Is that like a
No,
roll to the next quarter
I
or
think
something?
that's part of a spread though. It's part of a
Did it,
ratio spread.
are you sure there's another leg to it? Like, I don't
There's a
see it.
shitload of legs right now, man. I mean, they're rolling a shitload. That's why
But
I'm not
VIX,
sure.
again, VIX was expired yesterday, so they already rolled it. So I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just sharing it with you guys.
No, yeah, I mean they definitely did that, but like I just like I have a whole list. Like I was just looking at the VIX lines just 20 minutes ago, so maybe I missed the latest one, but it was all spreads and
No, I don't
butterflies.
see. I don't see any spreads. Well, on my side, like
I
I
could
went
send
through
it.
the. I'm going through all the flows here, and the biggest one I see is this one, and I don't see anything else for today.
Yeah, I could send you what I have. I mean,
Okay, cool. But I'm just sharing it with the team. You know, you guys can do what you want with it.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A ticker that's starting to look interesting is VG, Venture Global.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier this morning. That's a good one. It's been moving.
Not much to say on the chart wise, but looks bullish.
So we've been noticing how Elf Beauty and Estee Lauder has been catching a bid here recently. This is one that popped up on my radar a couple of weeks ago. SKIN. I don't know if anybody's familiar with this one. Skin. Another one of those beauty.
Isn't that Kim Kardashian's thing?
No, hers is Skim with an M.
Oh,
This is with an N. This is SKIN as in Nancy. And hers is more women apparel. This is like.
Oh yeah. So YOLO. I didn't see the 24 calls, but the VIX puts, there's 15K on the VIX put fly today. I saw. I'll send it to you right now.
Oh yeah, no, I forgot. No, this is like one of those. This is like you. It's some type of exfoliating machine women put on their face or whatever.
Wait.
Yeah, it seems serums and some machine thing where you go to the beautician for.
Yeah, I forgot I had I remember I discussed this with Weeds when I first found it. He was telling me a little bit about that.
Scalp treatments.
And YOLO, I don't know you
Hydrofacial.
if you were here, but I was saying how Cam Croissant is saying VIX down for the next month in his latest interview over the weekend.
Yeah, I watched that whole thing. He thinks wall down and
Spot
also
down.
equity down.
Yep.
Yeah, like a grind down like in 2022.
That's what everyone is kind of. I think most of all guys are kind of expecting that this next month.
Yeah.
That's why they're all doing put flies, essentially, so they don't have to deal with the theta as much. But yeah, I sent over that VIX line to you.
They're doing what? Pup flies?
Put flies. Put
what is that?
butterflies.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
What's the premium on that?
On what?
The put fly you just sent.
It says 0.83 right there.
Oh, okay.
It's 15K worth. So I mean that's
15K worth. I mean,
it's significant for after
I
the
don't know.
expiration.
I'm gonna go with that 20 million calls. I don't
Wait,
even, like I'm
what
positioned
expiration is that?
September 24th.
Okay, September. See, that makes sense though. But like, yeah, but VIX compression makes sense too for the next month as well before they trade stuff. So, I mean, I don't feel like.
So this is more maybe they're hedging because of the geopolitical shit might pop off this weekend. Who knows, right? It could be one of those deals.
Well, yeah, and I think
I mean,
they're kind of looking to see if Trump is gonna delay is
Yeah, it could.
tariff shit too, right? I don't know if that's part of it,
I just
but
grabbed Tesla 325 calls.
yeah, welcome
Yeah.
to the party, sir.
So I just want to let everyone know I'm positioned short on ES 6048 from this morning, and I'm expecting a drawdown into at least mid-July to 200 MA on SPX.
That's what I've been saying, sir. You talking about the 5700 area?
Yeah, 5800 on ES, or around like 57 something on SPX.
Yeah, I mean it's anywhere from it's around that area.
Because we don't have any supportive flows left anymore, right? We have FOMC
True,
out of the way.
but this is the most seasonally biggest passive flows, essentially. Because it's mid-year too. That's part of the reason. So it's kind of gives the end of the year kind of buying, fresh buying.
And then I'm watching Bitcoin, right? It's doing topping pattern as well. So, and it gave up everything that it pumped today, this morning, and it's at the lows of the day, basically. So, like I said, I'm just positioned short for the next 2 to 3 weeks.
John Wick style. Damn, I have too many kids in my house right now.
Yeah. Today's pump was kind of weird. To me, like gold was ripping as well as equities was ripping at the same time. And then gold literally like it bottomed out all today around 33.56. And if you look at the gold GC chart, it looks like it's bottomed out. So, and then now ES basically went down right when it started bottoming out. And then they both were pumping at the same time. And I was like, there's so much shit going on and all these headlines coming out of Iran negotiating, but then I'm seeing on my side that they're not negotiating. So that's why I took that ES 6048 short while gold was at the high of the day. And it kind of worked out really well so far.
Dan, they pulled us back pretty big, invest in Georgie for SSII. Maybe they reload.
Remember my level on Tesla to the upside was 325.11.
Dude, I might just exercise my Alistair calls that I have. They're expiring today, and I might just exercise them for $10.
Above 325.11 on Tesla, I have 328.28 and then 332.55.
Yeah, I gotta give Kev major props on OUST, man. I wish I listened. I heard it when he called it, because to me that is like a really good long-term play, and that chart is fucking amazing.
Dude, you know the crazy thing about this OUST YOLO is like I bought it, like this was one of my first buys of the year in January. It went to, I think, almost $20 before Liberation Day. I sold most of it, had runners, and then forgot I still had it. And then I look back and they're in the money now after Liberation Day. So it's kind of insane. Like they round trip twice, which is insane. Like you could have done that with Oscar too. It's just, yeah, it's just nutty. So
yeah, to me, like if LiDAR is gonna be like huge part of all of this robotics, AI stuff, anything mechanical. I think
it's the
LiDAR is
picks and
gonna
shovels,
need
right?
it. Yeah, picks and shovels. So this was a really good play. And then that chart again, I've been comparing it to the hood chart, and it looks to me like basically hood copy.
And
So
TSSI is
Yellow
squeezing here.
agreements in the rafters that I'm bullish LiDAR for months now. You had to.
You're breaking up, buddy.
I could barely hear you, Kev.
He said he's been screaming to the rafters. He's been bullish LiDAR plays. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Kev was
I know.
bullish when I was bullish too. So yeah.
This used to be a $250 stock, Ouster. Am I seeing that right?
No, it was a SPAC, man.
Oh,
It was
gotcha.
not a. It was not a $250 stock.
Okay, makes sense.
That's I mean I always had my eye on this like from 2021 because it performed really well for me initially. But yeah. Man, is it gonna shit? It might go for equal highs. We'll see. I'm guessing 60-45 on ES.
JP Morgan performed better than Bank of America yesterday. Bank of America is performing better than JP Morgan. I'm seeing a possible W pattern on JP Morgan, Kev. That could be our 1,000%.
Dude, Wells Fargo.
1,000% lotto play, JP Morgan. Let's see what, maybe 277.
I don't think that's gonna be it, but okay.
Well, sometimes,
So what? That's the 1,000% banger for today.
I'm thinking. I'm gonna look at it.
You gotta look for the extreme reversions for those 1,000% bangers.
Yeah, he's not wrong. You got to be a little further out of the money.
Well, they're at 6 cents right now. 277.50s. I'll play small.
I can't wait for Jeffrey.
Okay.
He's back in it.
We'll see what happens. I mean, I'll let you know. Fucker.
Who's the fucker?
They stopped at mid-bull. Mid-Bollinger.
Locked in a little bit of profit on these Tesla 325s, up 32%.
Breaking over mid-bull.
Let's see, how much am I up? 72%.
Hey, son, do you have a read on the NVDA in the money 130 flow that I'm seeing for like premium is like almost
It's
30
like
million?
35 million.
Yeah,
35 million, they're around 33 for sure. It's just,
Yeah.
I think it's just stock replacement. That sounds about right to me.
Okay.
Yeah. HIMS, by the way, it's trying to break above the trendline resistance here. So if it could stay above here for HIMS, has a good chance to try to go to 67 in a few weeks, if not sooner.
Yeah, so why I grabbed him is when I finally decided to look at it, I see an upside down an upside down H pattern on the daily. So if that breaks, man, this thing is going to 80 in a few weeks.
It's ripping right now. I tried to place an order this morning at 480, and now the order's at 525 for August 15th 80 go it calls.
Yeah, oh, you did. Then whenever I zoom all the way out, like I see a huge cup and handle.
Watch, I'm seeing some videos that Putin's going to be talking live now.
Yeah, all those him sellers
Oh,
were
he's
absorbed at 61, 62. That's pretty impressive.
I think Putin's been talking Butters. He's popping up on the wire a lot.
Yeah, I just saw that financial juice.
Said no need for OPEC Plus to intervene yet. It's intervening gradually, but it's increasing its oil output, but just gradually. Output.
So H pattern playing out on BITX, closing half of my $51 puts, up 50%.
Amen. TSSI hit 27.
Fucking way to go, Butters. You got in at $4. Incredible.
$1.65.
Oh, you motherfucker. Incredible. Whoa. I mean, just amazing.
Be nice just to see somebody buy them out now.
No, it's going to be Dell. They have a bunch of Dell insiders. Dell's going to take them out.
Speaking of buyouts, has anybody paid attention to this GMS that has reported that Home Depot is attempting to buy them out for $5 billion?
No, I've been focused on that one. What do they do?
I'm looking right now.
No clue. Let me go look.
They're a wholesaler. Just seems like building supply wholesaler. They own a shit ton of companies. Gator, Gypsum. So most likely, if Home Depot is going to look to buy them out, they're looking to bring some more in-house brands. Kind of control more of top to bottom supply chain.
This thing says it has 300 distribution centers with product offerings from wallboard, ceiling, steel framing, and complementary construction products. It also operates more than 100 tool, sales, rental, and service centers. Through these operations, it provides a comprehensive selection of building products and solutions for its residential and commercial contractors, consumer base across the United States and Canada. The company is the provider of automatic taping and finishing, ATF tools, and related products to the professional drywall finishing industry. ATF tools enable interior finishing contractors to finish drywall joints faster, blah, blah, blah. You know that, of course.
So they're going to kind of go the Costco route of building out the Kirkland brand. I think Home Depot owns Husky, I believe.
Correct.
So just doubling down on their house brands or building out house brands.
Yeah, I want to say that this company is like in a bidding war though. Like it's another company that was trying to buy them as well. I want to say it was company was QX. Oh, I don't know off the top. I have to go up there and look. All of this, I seen all of this at like 4 this morning, 5 this morning.
We're breaking over the midline on JP Morgan. but tiny candles. We'll see what happens. I doubt it'll play out, but you never know. Okay, it looks like they're continuing to add to 6,000 SPX for positive gamma. Removing the 5950s, but that's still where the most volume is. 5950. Something about talks happening currently with Iran and ending soon. Expect a statement. Wall Street Journal.
EU was speaking. Not EU. I think they're talking with the UN right now. Yeah.
Hence, BB saying that there's nukes pointed at the EU before this talks. Excuse me, correction, missiles.
Hey Kev, should I be feeling racist for liking Kanye's new song? Or
The Heil Hitler one.
yeah, man,
I don't even know what new
the
song are you
Heil
talking about? Like I'm
Hitler.
lost. Oh,
Does that make? I mean, I hate this motherfucker. He's making me. The hook is so fucking catchy, man.
well, I have to listen to the song. I haven't heard it, so I can't make a determination, affirmative or dissenting
Well, I
till I
mean,
at least hear the song.
Why you
you
I haven't
asking
can
heard
hear
it.
it on Twitter.
Why are you asking Kevin? I'm the other brown guy in the room. You can ask me.
I mean, you're just too deep in it, Jeffrey. I just know what you're gonna say.
I need more of a salsa merengue kind of mix now.
Dude, you're a fucking flashlight down there. Come on, man. Come on.
I'm totally a flashlight. What'd you say? A flashlight?
Hell yeah.
Like a beacon in the night down here, dude.
In all seriousness, though, how you liking it so far?
I'm digging it. We haven't done shit yet, right? Like nothing. So, but it seems, but the humidity's pretty hot down here. Humidity, but I'm used to heat, but this is humid, but it's got wind because we're right on the ocean. There, you got the back of the Andes, right, and then you got the ocean in front of you. So it's a pretty cool contrast. There's tons of shit to do once you start to do it, right? But I haven't done anything yet.
How's the air conditioning in your apartment?
We just bought. Well, so remember, we're renting a little place as we buy this house and then do construction. I bought an air conditioning unit, but dude, right where we're at. So it goes like zip codes. I think they're not area codes, but it goes 1 to 6. 6 is the most expensive area you can stay in. We're at a 6, And I'm thinking, dude, the AC or electrical bill cost us $500 a month, and that's without the giant AC that I just put in this rental. We'll take the AC with us to the house. So we took something unfurnished and we had to put a bunch of shit in, but everything we put in this place we'll take out for the house.
The Tesla 325 calls are in the money.
Nice job, guys. Back to trading.
Dude, why can't you just praise me? Come on, man.
Nice job, son.
Yeah, there you go. Keep stroking my ego.
Yes, they are in the money. Currently up 45%.
Right. I'm blocking MT. He's in this Tim B guy, the guy last night on Amen Space. He's holding a space right now, and MT's in there. I saw you, MT. No, you can't come in here, MT. You're blocked.
Dude, Tim B always makes me co-host when I'm in there, because he wants my social credit, my social capital.
MT, you're fucking blocked, bro. You're blocked. That guy I don't like. You're blocked.
He's my BFF, Jeffrey.
All right, locked in my profits on BitX 51 puts up 80%. Leaving
I mean, MT knows Tim B is probably the best fake Indian you could find. He's so fucking racist. Shout out Queenie for the whole bunk thing yesterday. I heard the recording. Damn.
Tesla is just pushing. Let's go. AAOI 23 mid. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Up 77%. Tesla calls. Let's go.
I sold most of my Tesla calls here, just leaving runners. Got about over 100%.
Oh wow, Tesla ran through my level. Nice.
Damn, I knew I should have bought the Netflix 1235s. That's too bad.
PayPal had a pretty good bounce.
Yeah, I think
PayPal.
What's it at right
Go
now?
ahead.
Sorry, I don't have
70 mid.
Okay, I think there were $75 calls for next month, but
Yeah, I grabbed the 75s for July.
oh my god, this SMLR might break high of day. If it goes to 40 plus, I'm gonna laugh.
Yeah, I looked at that earlier, pre-market. It looked like it was pushing. I'm like, okay, well, he knew what he was talking about. Then it just pulled all the way back and looked like it found support and it's bouncing. So I don't know. He might do all right on that.
Yeah, well, I had 10 contracts, so I got out of it all with the loss, but it's, I took a 70% loss essentially. So, but at least I got something out of it instead of it going to completely zero. But if it goes back above, it could push to 40. Yeah.
You know, old Brooklyn Joe, my partner Joe, saying that there's inverse head and shoulders on Trixie. So yeah, we could see a deeper pullback in the market.
Looking for some tricks, huh? Nice.
No, tricks are for kids, you silly rabbit.
Is that tricks? Is like that TDEX thing?
No, VIX. VIX.
Oh, Vic. Sorry.
He
I thought you
calls
said
Vix
TDEX.
Trixie.
He calls it Trixie.
Yeah.
Trixie.
The trick.
I got a price target of 90 on PayPal, and I could see it go over 100 within a year.
Why are you so bullish, PayPal?
Balance sheet's clean, so they're basically using all their cash flow to buy back shares. So they're buying back like something like 6 or 8% of the company a year right now. They're starting to tap into advertising revenue, which they've never really monetized all their data for advertising fully. So they're starting to look to get into that. They got their stable coin thing they're trying to get going. They got the deal with Coinbase. They get a lot of different things in the pipeline. The stock's pretty cheap for what it is, and how they have like no debt, big time cash flows. So I could see it becoming like an AutoZone where they just keep buying back the float, and even if they, let's say the revenue streams don't produce revenue growth, they're still going to grow earnings because they're going to keep buying back shares, and it's just going to
No,
cause
I
the
totally
float to
agree. I just
decline.
wondering why you were bullish. I mean, I like it. I think they're a more upgraded version of Block, you know, because of their secure payment methods and what have you. Like, I don't think that Block has anything, you know, remotely close to that. They also, you know, deal in pretty much everything that Block deals in as far as crypto and Bitcoin and what have you. And like you said, their stable coin that they're offering with their paper with their Coinbase partnership as well. So definitely.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit. I just have a commons position, but I like it quite a bit.
I'm gonna step down for a minute. When I do, can you just invite me again so I could maybe come back later in the day? Big Kev or Bull Bear?
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Yeah, I'm not too crazy on it, but it's like almost 6% of my brokerage, if that gives you any insight to how much I like it.
Nah, it doesn't give me any insight.
I'm just talking.
Does anybody see Son? I don't even see him. I see he stepped down, then he just disappeared off my screen, so I don't even see him to invite him.
No, I don't see him at all. No, it's like he left.
Oh well, just somebody let me know when they see him. I'm not gonna keep looking.
They're adding a little bit more to 6,000 positive GEX. 5950 is still where all the volume is. It hasn't really changed much. Nothing's really changed much throughout the day.
AAOI $23 calls for July 18th, up 68%.
Hey, my 25s is moving just as good as your 23s, bro.
Let's go. Yes, sir. That was a good play, man. It's up 18% for the day.
I don't know. Carvana's looking interesting right here.
What was that, Kev?
I'm looking for Carvana calls.
Oh, those 320 calls look good, man. It looks like it could get to 320 over this level.
Yeah, I think the next level is 323 on Carvana.
Yeah.
Yep, I was at 322, 323. Yep, I like that. I mean, look at the amount of volume just for today's contracts. You kidding me? Oh yeah, CarMax. They had earnings earlier and they beat and guided well, if I remember correctly.
Anyone playing zeros in this choppy shit? Anyone in any position for zeros?
No, I'm not. No.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
I'm done with zeros for the day. That's all, you guys.
Oh nope, I lied. I still have these Q 525s open, down 15%. Tulsa, Tesla's at that level, 322 mid.